Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live on this Monday morning. Joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Our macro strategist, Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
Morning, Craig. And on the big screen, he looks tanner than ever, Jimmy Cagnina, our senior market strategist. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Deli. It is a glorious day on the island, especially after the Hoosiers upset highly ranked Illinois. What a great weekend.
I did see that. Yeah, I know. Well, I'm from Illinois. It wasn't great, but yeah, but the Bears won. The Bears did win.
Because I lifted the curse for Cooper.
Yeah, you did. And we won clean. It was pretty interesting. I was watching them just beat up Dallas, and while I was watching, listening to Leo and Nick, it was pretty fun. Yeah, I mean, not a lot of headlines. Obviously, sport headlines coming into the weekend, coming out of the weekend. But, the good thing is, everybody, we're finally behind rollover. We're behind the Fed meeting. We are behind really a lot of things. And we had expiration. All these things are kind of behind us. And now we have a whole new set of fresh participants coming in today, looking at the markets. And we're down a little bit. And so we'll see. What does that mean? Is it a little bit of risk off? What are we thinking? But nonetheless, Shai, anything overnight really kind of catching your eye?
So, yeah, we have a couple headlines to go over. So the BLS announced that they were going to delay the 2024 consumer expenditures data. Everybody thought that meant CPI. It is not. It's a totally separate report. It's a yearly report. And so I just wanted to clear that up. The inflation data is coming. Then we have the TikTok algorithm is going to be secured by Oracle in the Trump-backed deal. Oracle liking that this morning. They are going to take over the algorithm and retrain it, whatever that means. So we have that. Then we had the ex-U.S. comptroller came out and said inflation is actually worse than CPI shows. They say the way that they compute the data really leaves out the 99%, really only factors for the 1%. And so they came up with a new way to actually figure out how inflation is actually affecting the normal average consumer, you and I, not the 1%. And that includes housing, medical care, transportation, groceries, childcare, smartphones, internet connections, and miscellaneous expenses like clothing and personal hygiene. So we'll see if that has any pull or not in the BLS. And then we have another government shutdown looming. The date for that is to expire on September 30th, 2025. They need funding until November 21st. Now, the problem with this whole scenario is that the Senate is out till the 29th, and the House is on a longer recess until October 7th. And so we have a little bit of an issue there. The Democrats obviously were not happy about that and wanted to talk to Trump. And Trump said, sure, I'll meet with them, but they have little room to make demands after their 2024 election defeat. And so we'll see what happens with that. Again, if the government actually shuts down, all the Medicare, EBT, any government services, those are all paid. So people don't have to worry about that. It only affects a portion of the employees, but the government still functions. And so I know everybody likes to freak out. Oh my God, the government's going to shut down. We've actually shut down 10 times since 1980, and the country's been fine. So we'll see what happens with this. But again, it's not, it's not as bad as it sounds. Let's put it that way. Then we have 1.5 billion in bullish crypto wagers were liquidated today. And we are seeing a very sharp sell-off on Ether and Bitcoin and other tokens as well this morning. So
how do you know that? How do we know that it was
1.5 billion
or 1.5 billion
that were liquidated because of they take it off the market cap of that how big of a pullback was. They take that off the market cap.
Got it. Interesting. I mean, I wonder why that happened. Sorry to interrupt you, but that's it's a lot. One
Yeah,
shot.
it was the largest liquidation since March 27th. CoinGlass data shows.
Leverage longs, baby.
So, maybe that Fed meeting is sinking in. And last but not least, AOL is discontinuing their dial-up service.
Sorry,
on
Jimmy.
September 30th, 2025. I didn't even know it still existed, but yes, that will be discontinued on September 30th. So if you don't already have high-speed internet, you may want to go out and get that before the 30th.
Jimmy goes out there at like 5 a.m. He's putting water in the pail to get the power, and then he uses AOL to dial up. We don't want to talk about it. That's all right, though. Craig, anything catch your eye overnight in the macro sphere?
Gold again.
Yeah.
Just keeps finding its sea legs. I mean, it's just been kind of an unstoppable force. Look, I think we have markets can trade a little bit truer this week, right? We're past expiry, as you mentioned. We've removed a lot of the dealer gamma positioning from the board. And now folks are going to have to think about what the Fed actually did and said. We have 20 Fed speeches this week, which is a lot, including Powell, who speaks again tomorrow. So we'll just, look, the traders and investors will be thinking about the pace of rate cuts, what was discussed at the meeting, how rapidly is this coming? Are we really going to get 2 more this year? Today, we actually have the most hawkish member of the Fed, Beth Hammack, is speaking, and the most dovish member is speaking, Steve Myron. They're both speaking at 12 o'clock. So we'll be able to really ascertain kind of the range of opinions. This week's a big auction week, 2s, 5s, and 7s. So you had, very big bond market strength kind of through the first 3 weeks of the month. And then you get a Fed that maybe is a little bit more hawkish versus expectations. Now we get the bond auctions at pretty paltry yields. Traders and investors will be thinking about, do I really like that? And so if we get some of that pressure where yields are rising this week with the dollar rising post expiry, everybody's in. I don't know. I mean, we've been. This is the first time I noticed that the poll, pre-market poll for us, is actually much more balanced. First time that since I've been sitting in the seat. So seems like there's some caution coming, and the second half of September is historically pretty lousy liquidity period, and so I think we'll start to trade the Fed meeting this week.
Yeah, I 100% agree on that. I always said day 1 is the overreaction, day 2 is the reaction to day 1, and day 3 is what we really find out. And I don't know. I mean, we'll see how much the bonds continue to go from here, because this morning they're up modestly, but they just can't seem to hold any rallies. Shai, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I think, and I mentioned this last week, I think bonds and the dollar were interpreting the Fed as it should have been interpreted, as a hawkish cut. And we just had equities kind of in la-la land, but we had expiry and a ton of options rolling off. So there was a lot going on into the end of the week. So I agree with Craig. I think this week will be very interesting to see what equities do. And we're in the thick of stock buyback blackout period. So that liquidity is out of the market as well before we get to earnings.
Yeah. So, I think this is a week where we start to get volatility creeps its way back in, right? It may not be, I think, a super busy week. We'll see. But you can see how the charts are a little bit rounding out a little bit across the board. Let's go over what's happening here in equities. We've got S&P down $22 this morning, NASDAQ down 93, Russell down 5, Dow is down 172, all down about 1/3 of 1%. The interesting thing about this morning is they're all rotating together. We've had so much divergence lately. First thing I noticed was, okay, at least they're moving together now. Should be cleaner moves now that we've, like I said, gotten through all of that stuff. Crude oil was up. I remember looking at that last night right on the Globex Open. Now has since gone down. Any news really overnight, Shai, in crude?
No,
it was up like 30, 40 cents. Now it's down that much.
Yeah, it was up. Crude's kind of been a push-pull. We did last week, the COT data showed that money managers increased long bets by 26,000. That's the most in a very long time. I think that comes on the back of, the EU new sanctions package on Russia. They're also talking about stopping oil and gas imports from them a year earlier, which would be by the end of 2026 instead of 2027. So we've got that. We've got we've got Ukraine bombing their refineries. And so that actually puts more oil on the market because they can't use it domestically. So there's kind of a lot of push-pull going on in the oil market right now. There's not enough, room to kind of move it down or up.
Yeah, well, it's teetering on lower. We'll see what Jimmy thinks when we get to his charts. Gold, as Craig said, up $51 this morning. Silver's up 91 cents, almost a full buck. That's a big move. Up 2% in silver. Copper's up modestly, and platinum's up $5. Bonds again pretty much flat across the curve. It shows green, but they're only up a tick or two. We'll see if that holds, and I'm curious to see what happens if that market starts to come down across the curve and equities lower. Does everybody start, like you said, start trading the Fed more? And again, dollar is down modestly to euro yen, Swissy, and then Bitcoin. Yeah, down 2,500 points in Bitcoin, down 250 in ETH. Sol's down $15. So crypto across the board took a big cut here. Like I've said, I probably will buy some crypto more later today. I keep a little bit of cash sitting in there. I own couple.
Dog?
I own dog, baby, yeah. And, probably start buying ETH again soon. I like seeing these big rollovers in crypto just because, when I start to see that happen, I just nibble, little by little. And because crypto is, again, it's a cash position. It's not a future. So it's not like I'm day trading it going, I got to put a stop in the middle immediately. I buy a little bit. And really, in this administration, I'm going to continue to do that because we're always an announcement away from a bullish crypto situation. And I've been rotating in and out of it all year long. I don't have much right now, but like I said, I've got dog, and I've been keeping a very little bit of ETH, but I'll probably add to that later today. Jimmy, what caught your eye overnight?
Well, other than the crazy move in silver and in gold and the big break in the micro Bitcoin, my go-to was the bonds this morning. Just kind of looking at price action right here, and it's, we have a pause going on. We have a kind of a baby candle. We have almost a doji looking like formation so far overnight. Not a lot of change that's happened, but when you measure that peak wick that we had on FOMC day, we're about 38.1% retraced, which is enough to raise my eyebrows a little bit. The curve between the 2 and 10 are also steepening. So is the curve between the 2 and the 30. But right now, this market's kind of sitting there between that 8 and that 21 EMA right now. Maybe looking for little direction. Stochastics fell out of bed. Forget about those. And the moving averages are starting to converge a little bit. So maybe we are heading into a little bit of a sideways action here after the huge rise that we had over the last couple of weeks or so. But right now, eyes on the bond market for me after that FOMC cut, and we'll see where we stabilize. A 116 handle right now seems reasonable to me. I thought maybe a 117 and a half handle was good, but we couldn't maintain this area of consolidation at all. We're selling between it. So I expect a little bit more of consolidation here going forward unless the FOMC folks at Fed Palooza this week say something crazy.
Can you do me a favor? Pull up real quick in oil. I just want to take a look at that and see what you got going there. Just because, Jimmy, it's sitting at the bottom part of that range. I know we've had no news, much of it, but look at that right there. I keep looking at it. Again, you keep having lower highs, and you kind of had those same lows for a while. I think crude starts to get a little bit interesting if it takes out those previous week's lows. Just something for day traders to keep an eye on.
Yeah, these peak highs, lower peak high, lower peak high. We'll see though. We got some room to go. We got some support right here, approximately 61.75, give or take a couple ticks, and then we got the March support a little bit lower than that. But yeah, that's a 4-day sell-off. Moving averages are just sloping downward. This is not looking like a bullish market for crude oil.
Yeah. I just think, again, volatility starting to creep its way back in. I mean, gold stays volatile on the highs. Crude might get volatile on the lows. What will equities do? Back to you, Craig. I mean, look at, I do think that this week the market starts to take more note on what the future of path of what the Fed is going to do. I do think that now that that stuff is behind us and we got through rollover and we got through all of that stuff, that it does start to become at the forefront. So we say that it should trade more off of the Fed. But let's talk about what that actually means.
Yeah. Look, I think we talked about this a little bit last week, but the Fed delivered a fairly dovish message overall, right? The Fed's cutting rates. They raised their estimate for GDP. They raised their estimates for inflation, and they lowered their estimates for next year's unemployment, right? So you're thinking, why is the Fed cutting rates into that environment? But the Fed's reaction was hawkish versus expectations versus what the market was already pricing. The market was pricing in a Fed that would be cutting rates to below neutral by the end of 2026. And what we learned is that half the Fed really is not on board with that trajectory. And so the dot plot didn't make its way down to where the Fed, where the market was pricing. So that's the hawkish versus expectation concept. That's the hawkish cut. If you look at the long end ticked below 4%. 10-year went below 4% and now we're up at 4.13. Same thing for 30 years, right? A 15 basis point back up in the 30 years. So the bond market is saying, okay, Fed's dovish. We don't really know why, but it's also not as dovish as the market's pricing. So kind of this broad drift higher in yields. I think that's something that the equity market needs to start picking up on, because the equity market was kind of pricing in this Goldilocks zone of max Fed easing into an economy that doesn't really need it. Now you're learning, okay, we're not going to get max Fed easing. If the economy is this good, the Fed's not going to be cutting. Look, we're seeing it in the dots, and we're going to hear more from all the members this week who will reiterate, well, look, if the equity is good, we're not going to be delivering that pace of rate cuts that is currently being priced. So as we price that out of the bond market, I think equity investors need to start picking up on that. That's multiple contraction potential. We have earnings coming up, which are, the early reporters have been, at least in the cyclicals areas, Lennar and some others last week, some of the restaurant names showing more signs of strain. So if you don't have the multiple expansion and you don't get the earnings growth reacceleration, you're not going to get the flows into equities to continue this move when when all the systematic flows are really all in.
I think that's the biggest thing right now, right? Is everybody kind of all in? Brent Johnson talked about this. Are we just losing momentum? I mean, you look at the charts and you say, yeah, I mean, a bull market doesn't really need momentum. They tend to thrive on doubt, right? And that's what this market has done. But you get to a point again where everything across the board that's kind of happened, all of this good news is priced in. We now know the future of what we think the Fed is going to do. When we look at everything now, does it make sense to put money to work here? I think that's the question, right? And when you talk about these, systematic machines and stuff like that, you look at the risk reward when you look at equities up here, and it's like, man, this equity market could break 500 in the S&P. Does it really change much? I mean, It's kind of like you're still bullish. I mean, but God forbid you break, a little bit. I mean, and that would be what, like 8%. I was looking at it going, man, they can go back down to like, 62. I was looking at it going like, where could they go before I'd really start to think they were bearish? And I'm like, they can go to mid 62, 60, maybe 6,300. And this market would still look very bullish to me.
Yeah.
And so again, it's not a reason to be short. I think what it does bring is it brings in potentially a two-way tape at the least, right? For short-term day traders, hopefully a volatility, and hopefully we don't have just these one-way trains where it's kind of like grind up and then nothing in the midday or the afternoons. But I think that that's about to change. I really do feel like we're getting into that moment. Where I push back on this whole thought process of like maybe equities come lower because of reacting to the Fed, the bond market's stable. I mean, that's the one thing I do look at. And when I look at the bond chart, I go, it's not going anywhere. I mean, nobody wants to buy the edges no to the upside. Nobody wants to sell the edges to the downside. I look at the bond market and go, we really do kind of know where rates are going to be. Maybe they cut 25 to 50 basis points. Big deal. So ultimately, isn't this an environment where equities can still really excel? Maybe short term there's a little bumpiness, but
Yeah.
talk about that.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think we're talking here more about a check back for equities because of where we've come from and where we've arrived to, right? Expiries have acted as transition periods, at countless times over the course of the last year plus, and we see kind of the moves get exacerbated into the expiry and then the rollover, and then similarly on the downside when we've had in April too, same thing. We kind of were down at the lows, expiry kind of cleanse positioning, and that helped facilitate a move higher. So I think this is more about systematic flows being in, liquidity being drained into the end of the quarter, share buybacks going into blackout period. And so we're going to backfill the narrative, right? If the markets start to fall between now and the end of the quarter, it'll be, because the Fed was hawkish. But you're right. I think as long as bonds are stable and fixed income, we know where we're going. I don't know if we're going to have a much larger correction. But to your point, we could get 1 + 1 + 1 = 100 on the move because we've come a long way. And so if we can overwhelm the zero data expiry flow for a few days here in a low gamma profile market, which is what we have now after expiry, that's when we could start to get moved. That's what Brent Johnson was talking about, right? That's exactly. That, we kind of feed on itself here a little bit. And, look, it's been a great quarter for equities. And so are there people who are going to start to maybe pull back a little bit into the end of the quarter? I think it's possible.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead.
And
Sharon.
I think also, we have corporate taxes due. That takes liquidity from the market. We've got refilling of the TGA account, which is the Treasury checking account, basically.
Yep.
And so that all drains liquidity from the market as well.
So I want to talk to you, Shai, about, so you got silver up massively today. You've been all over the metals trade the entire year. Gold continues to go higher. I hear that people talk about, something's wrong, right? Like gold is triggering this. I'm actually someone, I'm going to tell you, I've just seen too much to know that it's like when I think something's wrong, I'm wrong. You know what I mean? It's like if they're not wrong, I'm wrong. And with this gold move higher and silver continuing to get bid, everyone's worried about this, like causing, what does this mean when gold is catching a bid like this? We need to get worried.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily you need to get worried. I think it's that there are a lot of unknowns right now in the market. In general, we still got a lot of geopolitical issues going on. Even though we have stocks at all-time highs, they're still worried about debt, particularly in the United States and in Europe. And so we've got, global debt worries. We've got geopolitical issues. We've also, once again, we have this underlying bid from central banks that we didn't necessarily have before. And when they want to buy, they're going to buy. They don't care. They're not looking for a deal, right? And so, and if we look at the projections that the central banks have said that they want to do to the end of the year, they're buying. They're still buying. And so that kind of didn't exist to that extent in this market before.
Yeah. And I also look at it and go, we could start rotating lower in equities and that could pull gold down. Again, I don't think that they could easily just go together for the rest of the year as well.
You have to figure if the equities actually start going down, what are you going to sell? You're going to sell your best positions.
Winner. Exactly. So that's why I'm saying it's always like, to me, gold has got that fundamental backdrop that just changes everything. And you've got people, we've talked about this all year long, people coming out of dollars, they're parking it in gold. So I think there's that dynamic to me does not necessarily mean just because gold is higher that it's a warning signal to equities is basically what I'm saying. Because I think if equities do start to get hit a little bit, I would not be surprised to see gold go down with it. That's just my 2 cents. Quick preview of the guests we have today, Shai.
We have Robert Mullin, who's partner and portfolio manager at Marathon Resource Advisors. They are an investor in global resources, energy, precious metals, base metals, miners, agriculture, transportation, infrastructure, and any other hard asset. So it will be really interesting to get his take on some of these commodities.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first place I'm going to go with them. We got a minute left before we go to this morning's Edge Report. Craig, final thoughts coming into today's trade?
Keep an eye on the bond market. Keep an eye on this Fed speak. Unfortunately, we got 20 of them coming up, but we'll get the full range of opinions. But Powell does speak tomorrow. I know he just spoke last week, but typically when he speaks for himself, you get some more nuggets about where he sits on the Fed and what his views are. So I think the Fed is not in a rush to deliver the pace of rate cuts that is currently being priced. And so the opportunity for a check back in equities is here, and the window of weakness is open for that. So I'll be looking for, see how the markets really start to react this week to last week's news.
Yeah. Only 20 Fed speakers? Are there even that many?
Somewhere.
What the hell is going on?
Double up. It's the week after FOMC. They come out of the woodwork,
Oh, all right, we'll be ready for it. Craig, thank you so much. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with the E-mini S&P. This is a daily chart. It is not back adjusted. I changed because Pax yelled at me on Friday, so we're back to normal. Nice kind of move up. We have an inside bar today, right? So all the action is within the body of the previous candle so far. Not a breakout either way, but a little bit skewed to the downside. We have a kind of nice point of control at around 66.70. And then that little pink sliver there, that's that rollover gap that Pax was talking about also, right? Do these gaps always get filled? Question is when, and I don't know. So in any event, it is there. It's on my chart. I'm going to keep my eye on that as well. Moving averages, though, look at them. I mean, they're sloping up. They're super strong. The stochastics have been over 80 forever. So, I mean, since the beginning of September. Intraday, we do have some targets, though. We are trading below the session VWAP. We're right in the middle of the London initial balance right now. And we're sitting right above that JAX2 level. That's 6,700. That's not surprising. JAX1 is all the way up at 6,500. Downside targets, we have S1 sitting right here at approximately 66.89. Previous session's lows way down here, 66.79.5. And then that one-day min, that Menthor Q one-day min is 66.68. If we do have a fall out of bed situation today, I'm going to be looking at that one-day min. Alternatively, for the bulls, we do have a 0 DTE put support in high vol level at 67.25. JAX4 at 67.30. And then there's that previous session high looming at 67.31. That is the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to silver, though. It has been an amazing story here. Wait till you see this daily chart. This thing is just moving here. We're trading at 43.70 right now. This is the December contract. Given a little bit back in the overnight session, we have a little bit of a wick at the top of today's candle. But what I had to do is draw on a fib extension. I channeled my Tammy Marshall, my fib princess skills a little bit, and we had that 38.2% extension. We hit that. The next one up is that 50% around 44.665. Again, moving averages sloping up nicely. Stochastics overbought long period of time. Intraday, tight look. On the downside, we do kind of have this JAX1 potential right here. Again, that's its 43.50. JAX3 below that, and then that call resistance 0 DTE at 43 even. For the bulls, this thing continues upward. We really have R2. We don't have that many targets, actually. R2, 43.70. Those fib numbers I just talked about on the daily, and then call resistance at 45 even. So there is room both sides. Right now, we're kind of right below that session VWAP right now for the first time really since for the session. So we'll see if sellers decided to take some profits or what's happening right here. But we're at that one-day max also. Again, keep an eye on those Menthor Q one-day max and one-day min levels. They are impressive. Let's shoot over to gold really quickly here. For a snapshot. Same story, breaking out to the upside. My extensions, we achieved that 37.51. Next up is 38.08 spot 6. So a nice kind of healthy breakout above resistance here. Intraday, got some great Menthor Q levels as well. Not that many on the upside. Look, it's kind of like it's blue sky up here. We got R3 sitting way up here, 38.11, but that's about it. Again, we're already through that one-day max right there. And then on the downside, framing the bottom of the conversation, more or less is that 0 DTE call resistance in gamma wall level as well. A breakout down below that, which would be interesting, can get us to JAX1 at 37.10 on intraday. Let's check out the Bitcoin. We have a few seconds left. Let's go to the Bitcoin and see what's going on. pretty big sell-off here in the Bitcoin. And I just put a little bit of a fib, like a really easy fib level here, starting from the beginning of September to the highs. And we hit that resistance up here around 117, 720, give or take. Nice kind of sell-off here. We're already down to that 61.8%. We broke the trend line. Moving averages are starting to turn and converge. So this is looking a little bit bearish on the daily. Stochastics, look at that. Cross under, and we're down to 66.79 from an overbought scenario. So interesting to take a peek at that. We're right at that one-day min for Menthor Q, which is right by the point of control. Price happiness right now. Look at how tight the London initial balance is. Really, really tight. So we'll see if we get a breakout to the upside or the downside, but we are trading below that session VWAP. That is this morning's Edge report. Back to you, Deli.
Thanks, Jimmy. Shai, quick preview of our guests.
So we have Robert Mullin, partner and PM at Marathon Resource Advisors, and they are a natural resource investing company. They cover the gamut from energy to metals to agriculture. So looking forward to talk to him and see what he feels like is going on in some of these commodity markets.
Perfect. Let's bring in Robert. Robert, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Tracy, great to see you again.
Great to have you here. Here we are, Monday morning, week after. We got rollover and futures behind us. We got Vixpiration behind us. We got a lot of inflation data. We got the Fed behind us. At least we have them somewhat behind us. We've got 20 Fed speakers. I don't know if you heard that coming up this week. So we've got a little bit that's still ahead. I don't know how much it matters. But I want to start off with gold because gold continues to be the most dominant trend technically and fundamentally. And a lot of people keep saying, watch the gold market. You know, it's giving us a warning sign. It's a safe haven. I saw even that in chat. Everyone talks about that, but yet equities are at all-time highs. So I guess the thought process is, what is gold really signaling?
Yeah, it's a great question. This is something that I think you can interpret it a lot of different ways. And people have always tried to interpret why gold is doing what gold is doing, whether it's signaling inflation or deflation or some change in real interest rates or some dynamic change in the risk environment. I think what we've seen for the better part of the last 3 years is simply a really behemoth repositioning from global central banks that has evolved into something recently a little bit broader. So you had 3-4 years where central banks were very clear. They weren't raising the they weren't shouting it through a megaphone at everybody, but they were systematically increasing their gold exposures very regularly. Like you've got a couple of Western powers like the U.S. who carry 60 or 70% of their foreign exchange reserves in gold. You've got a few other countries that are in the 10 or 20%. Most of the world is sub 10, particularly EM. And I think given everything that happened over the last decade or so with U.S. Treasuries, significant budget deficits, the confiscation of Russia's foreign exchange reserves post-invasion of Ukraine, a very, a current administration that's acting like they're going to use whatever we have at our disposal as leverage in order to get better trade deals or whatever. There were a lot of signals there where central banks should be diversifying their foreign exchange reserves. And so gold was the beneficiary of that. What happened for a couple of years was the West was very happy sellers into that. You saw declines in Western holdings in ETFs. You saw, little to no activity in the physical coin markets. And so it was a relatively orderly and steady and modestly rising market for a couple of years because central banks were buyers and Western institutional and retail investors were sellers. That started to change at the beginning of this year. And the West stopped becoming sellers and started on the margin to become buyers. And so that's what's, I think, brought this level of acceleration. What impressed me about gold this year the most was not its big moves, both early in the year and then again more recently, but the way it consolidated that early move over the course of a couple of months by really grinding sideways and just kind of absorbing this big move without having a significant pullback. What that shows you is that there's a very steady, almost price price insensitive bid coming into the gold side. Now, look, I'm not saying that gold will never go down again, but those are the dynamics in play for the moment. And so with that as a backdrop, I'm an equity guy, so gold equities have been a pretty fun place to be this year.
So let's talk about equities. We talking about, God forbid, dare we say it, Robert, that equities might rotate a little bit lower here. And although that is yet to be seen, if equities start to roll over, you just talked about everything that's going on with gold. It sounds like maybe you don't think that gold would rotate a little bit lower with equities. But what are your thoughts on that? If equities start to come back down a little bit, what do you think gold does?
I think it depends on why equities roll lower. If it's a catalyst driven by, you get a little bit of earnings disappointment, you get something on the margin, adding a little bit of doubt into the AI theme, which is really, quite frankly, the only thing in the equity markets that's really driving significant performance. It happens to impact the biggest and most widely held equities, so it basically pulls everything up along with it. But look, the U.S. equity market has gone from 40 trillion in market cap to 60 trillion in market cap, basically on the back of AI. So any weakness in that, if that's the reason that it happens, I'm not entirely sure gold goes down a lot on that, or gold equities. What I think the sort of marginal buyers of gold that have been adding to their positions there, what they like about it is that if you look at the last 5 major corrections in the market, going all the way back to the GFC, and then you've got like the European issues back in the mid 2010s, COVID, tariff tantrum, et cetera. Gold consistently has smaller drawdowns than either U.S. equities or U.S. bonds, and it recovers more quickly. And it's getting, it has moved linear in the sense that it took 100 days for U.S. equities and the 60-40 portfolio to recover from the tariff tantrum in April of this year. It took gold 2 days to make a new high. So that resiliency to it is part of the appeal. Now, if something happens that gives us a broader, everybody has to liquidate, and it can't be an orderly rotation sort of market, yeah, absolutely. I think gold goes down with everything else, probably goes down less. And it's one of the things that the people who have unlimited balance sheets, like central banks, want to start buying first. But it will be vulnerable along with the rest of the market.
I think that's spot on. Yep.
Absolutely. I want to move the conversation over to oil, of course. First, if you could talk about a little bit, why do you think that fundamentals have been so divorced from sentiment this year? We kind of have been, although, if you take out the 55 and the 75 that we had, those big, that were geopolitical events and the OPEC meeting, we've kind of been sideways all year, and now we're kind of drifting to that lower end of where we have been. So, what are your thoughts on what's going on in this market? And, maybe talk a little bit about equities, because we're seeing the equities doing a much better than actual gold price. So,
yeah. I think your implication is correct. Going from talking to gold to talking about oil is sort of like, as a parent, going from your honor roll kid to your, one who just got kicked out of class and you have to go pick up after school. So I think the energy markets are telling us something here. The bad news has been relentless. Significant increases in OPEC, bringing barrels back to the market that they have been removed for the last several years. Even though we all know physically those balances move a little bit different. You've got Middle Eastern air conditioning, et cetera. You've got seasonal things that are associated with it. That said, I'm actually pretty impressed, and I think the energy equities are paying more attention to kind of global oil balances, which aren't that bearish, quite frankly. And in fact, on the margin, they actually look better than one would expect, as opposed to the energy narrative, which is this relentless, oh my God, we've got another 136,000 barrels coming out again and again and again, and we're going to have to absorb these barrels, and what in the world are we going to do? And we still have this lingering doubt as to whether, oil demand is peaking in the next 3 to 5 years, or it's not. And so that's really been the tug of war this year. You are absolutely correct in that energy equities have acted better than oil proper and kind of what you would expect during the sentiment tape. I kind of like that. I view that as kind of a positive divergence. I don't think there are fundamentals in place that make oil run away to the upside. But I think what energy equities are showing you is that they think all this chatter of $50 oil with the U.S. rig count and U.S. frac spread counts, which you noted on your X feed earlier, with those plummeting, you've got what has been the marginal source of demand for the better part of or supply for the world in the last decade, going from significant growth to effectively flat and on its way to negative in U.S. shale. And so that's actually really supportive of a global market where if you think we're even going to have modest demand growth, 500,000, 750,000 barrels a day, because yes, we'll get barrels from Guyana, and yes, we'll get some from Brazil, but you're seeing accelerating declines elsewhere. So I'm warming up to the bad child right here, and I think there may be an opportunity here to be, and we've got a decent chunk of our fund, long energy equities.
And what are some of your other kind of high conviction trades in the resource sector right now?
Yeah. So right now we've got a relatively balanced but pretty aggressively positioned book. About a third of our long exposure is in precious metals and related equities. A third of it is in energy, and most of that's concentrated actually in North Sea related producing companies, where we think kind of the most value and the most idiosyncratic potential positive catalysts sit. And the other third is in tankers. And in some ways, that's a little bit of our hedge to our energy exposure. That tanker, particularly like the VLCC market, is one that, in sort of thinking at a very high macro level, the negative impact of OPEC bringing back significantly more barrels. Yes, on the margin, that's not great for my oil producers. It happens to be really good for the tanker stocks. And you've recently seen tanker rates run from, $30,000 or $40,000 a day for an eco scrubber VLCC, up to right now it's sitting at $100,000 a day. And that's a big move. The stocks have reacted somewhat to it, but really not fully incorporated. So we've got a little bit outside of that in base and strategic metals, a little bit of agriculture, but that's basically where our positioning is today.
We've got a few minutes left. I want to talk to you about silver. Silver was up almost $1 earlier today, knocking on the door of 44. Where does silver fit in the equation?
Yeah. Silver is the, volatile, whippy younger cousin of gold. And as long as gold continues to act well, I would think that silver will follow. I just spent about a week and a half. My colleague attended the Denver Gold Show, the Beaver Creek Gold Show for smaller gold and precious metals companies. I attended the one in Colorado Springs, which was all the big companies. And look, it was really interesting. It was people were enthusiastic, but not over the top. Not that you would expect that people in a where both gold and silver are really ripping. So silver, I think, has more vulnerability to a broader market sell-off. Absolutely. Because that's the one where you don't have central bank buying coming and backing you up. That is a speculative layer on top of where gold is. But as long as markets remain orderly, and gold continues to sort of have this, workman-like march higher, I think silver will run faster, it will run harder, and that's really, I think, evidence that there are people willing to jump on this train in a more speculative sense, and really play precious metals aggressively.
Kind of on the same topic, not really, but kind of. Crypto. Do you pay much attention to crypto at all?
I do because I need to be cognizant of it. And, for the better part of the last decade, as I pitch a sort of real asset theme, currency debasement protection theme, I've got a lot of family offices who come back to me and you say, yes, we absolutely believe in that. We are choosing to express it digitally. So I think there are a lot of folks in my world where my overall themes resonate with them, who are doing it via crypto. I think we've got a really interesting kind of crossover going on here, in that one of the big buzz at the Colorado Springs, World Gold Forum was that Tether was there. And they are looking to deploy, and this has been in the press, a significant chunk of capital, because they're a huge entity, into precious metals and/or precious metals royalty companies, et cetera. It's almost like, the original marketing for Bitcoin was, a gold coin. And so it was pulling on that 2,000 years of history for gold. Now we're almost coming full circle. Whereas, I think those in crypto and pushing stable coins are realizing that having something that has sort of played this role of being this tangible asset for more than 10 or 15 years, but for generations and centuries and millennia, that having that as part of the stable coin answer is interesting. So now, I think those two worlds have been apart for a while. They seem to be coming back together a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Especially with this administration, crypto will be at the forefront of conversations. Robert Mullin, thank you so much for joining us. Everybody in chat, go follow what Robert is doing. Great to meet you, Robert. Really enjoyed today's conversation. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Okay, pleasure to be on.
Yeah, I think that what I take away is I think he's totally spot on. Like, I talk about, gold potentially rotating down with equities. I mean, I wasn't saying it was going to, but you look at it, and I think he's right. Depends on the situation. If all of a sudden you come in and there's a big situation and all equities across the board are getting whacked, I mean, a lot of times you're going to see gold go down with it. So when people always say, it's kind of like a safe haven. I mean, I remember back to 2008, I was buying a bunch of gold, and I was just getting wrecked as stocks were going lower. I was like, wow, it's a great safe haven. Somebody, well, maybe it wasn't going down as much. I'm like, well, you try holding it then. But I think that the silver situation is very interesting because it is more fragile to a downturn in equities because it is more speculative, very similar to what you would look at in crypto. So those are my initial thoughts coming out of Robert today.
Yeah, absolutely. And silver is, there's a lot of silver used in AI for chips and things of that nature. So it is more, if we do see a downturn in that market, for some reason, it's more, correlated to that market than, say, gold is. But I also thought it was really interesting that Tether is looking to buy precious metals.
Why not?
That's just interesting. So, it'll be interesting if we see sort of other stable coins doing the same thing, because that will add even a bigger bid under the market. So something to definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah, I had not heard that, and I kind of made the joke of like kind of similar worlds, but not. And then here you go. I mean, it makes sense though.
Right.
So all right, Shai, we will see you in chat for the rest of today.
All right. Thanks.
All right, thanks. All right, everybody. Next up, we have my big brother Pax and other parts of Twitter sphere. It's Uncle Pax. I'm not going to call you Uncle Pax.
Oh, am I on here?
Good morning. What are you doing?
Are
we live? Get real close to the camera. What am I wearing this morning? You know what? It's like, first of all, I'm living in my buddy's house right now because I'm getting my floors redone. I know, but I've only had a few clothes to pick. Don't worry about what I'm wearing.
You always wear hoodies and 3/4 zips. It's 85 degrees when you wake up there, and 1,000% humidity.
It's cold
like
in here.
Yeah.
I'm lowering the volume down on my headset because he's already yelling at me. It's already happening. First of all, I got to say good morning to chat. Pax, they all come in here to see you. Man, we've got so many people in here. We've got Engineer Bear, we've got Paul, we've got Melvin Trades. I'm going to read a bunch of them. My Serona, we've got Emilio, we've got Fractal Firmament, we've got the Arcade Historians in here. We got historians in here, Pax. I don't know if you knew that. We've got doctors in here sometimes too. We got Cooper, Infinity Works, Phil Easley, known as Rob. We got Jefferson Perez, Cooper. Man, it's just so many. Alkaline Trader. Let me get down to the bottom now with some of these people in here. We've got Henrik, Ben R, Christel, Phoenix, Shreddy, Thomas Millett, Drunk Radish, Jeff Liu. Yeah, and you know what? It's a good day. Actually, everybody hit the like and subscribe button. Let's not forget that we're giving away a pair of Ferragamos on one of PAX's Fridays, which are no miss TV these days. So hit the like and subscribe button here to NinjaTrader Live. PAX, I want to start with you because this is the day that you and I would come back from being off from rollover. We'd come back from letting last week just kind of digest, and people see now why you've pounded the table and said, don't waste your money in this. Let's wait and see. And now we're through all of that. Why is today the day that we would come back, and what are you seeing?
Well, so for the rest of the world, the new quarter begins next week. But for me, the new quarter begins today. We had expiration last week, so we have all new levels. We have all new flattened zones and targets and things. And so the capital flows are going to start flowing into or out of, as you were pointing out today on Twitter and in the last two segments, in and out of the market. I'm looking at 116.25 as a new quarterly pivot in a 30-year bond, and I'm looking at the S&P is at 66.58. So, one of this is a super captain obvious thing to say, but one of two things are going to happen this week. The week between expiration and the new quarter, is we either sit and kind of churn and do nothing around that quarterly pivot, or we're going to have a really good trade above it or below it. For the majority of our career, this week has been kind of just a back and forth trade. And then the beginning of the new quarter, the new fiscal quarter next week, is going to represent all of that new capital flow away from these quarterly pivots. But for when March expired, or when June expired in June, quarterly pivot was 60.10. We traded below it for that Monday, and then we've rallied. That week between the new quarter and expiration was a great trading week, and built some long runners that took us up into the 62, 63 handle. So this is going to be, I don't know what to expect, man. I'll tell you what though, with the Russell you've got me going down Russell rabbit holes now. With the Russell being below 24.77 and 24.72, that general range, and the 30-year bond being back below 116.25, I tweeted this weekend, I really don't want to be long this, but I'm not equities, but I'm not ready to be short yet either. I'm going to wait until we start taking out 66.58 before I start looking at this from a short-sighted trade. Got to protect myself.
66.58. Yeah. No, and I'm glad you're actually looking at the Russell. You know what? I mean, I'm not in it anymore, but what I like about it from, my time frame, from like a mid time frame hold, I could hold it, and and when it's trending usually pretty decently. And again, it's telling us a lot about the overall market. Going back to the previous segment, you heard Robert talk about it, PAX. I mean, this whole rally is driven by AI, and it's kind of like if you start to see everything else start to participate to the upside, it can generate some new momentum. The Russell has tried. I don't have the Russell chart up right now. Actually, I pulled that up real quick. And then again, it just continues to see failures off of these highs. I had this area highlighted. I had covered even before this. And we've already come back down to kind of where I got out. But when I look at it, I just go, what is this market gonna show us this week? Because again, you and I are waiting for kind of show us something right now. And when I look at the S&P, so 66.58 is that level that you're looking at. So I mean, really, Pax, you're not even really. I mean, it's what is that? 3 days ago we were there, and so that's the big level. Why is that one of your quarterly pivots, or what is 66.58?
Yeah, that's the new quarterly pivot. So I'm going to be long above that, short below it. But I want to see. So now, okay, so we've got the rollover gap that Jimmy had mentioned earlier down at 66.06. We came close to filling it last week to 66.11, but we didn't quite get there. And now we've got an expiration gap. So we have to be looking at the expiration gap. Nobody else is going to be looking at this except for funds and banks. and maybe some institutional investors. But that's going to take us down to 66.58. So that is where we fill this expiration gap. And on the first retest to it, the only time that I would ever consider fading a market is down to is at these quarterly pivots or flattened zones for me. So if I'm short if we open up here at 67.03 for the sake of discussion and we break, I'll be short from the opening range. We make it down to 66.58. I flatten, I take the money and I reverse and get long. Now, if we get through 66.58, I'm selling them as aggressively as the market tells me to. If we're kind of floating below it, I'm not going to be too aggressive. But if we trade below it, if there's capital flow below it, then I'll be selling them pretty aggressively. But I'm going to be selling them underneath there, because underneath there, we've got a long way to go until we get to another quarterly pivot, and that's at 60.10. So this is this fourth quarter, whether it starts this week with the with the like Greg said, the 20 Fed speakers we have this week, or and PCE Friday and PMI, I think, on Wednesday and whatever day that was. We've got a lot of data and a lot of Fed speakers this week. Whether that starts this week or it's next week with the new quarter, I don't know. I'm not going to try to predict nor time these markets. I'm just going to trade what's in front of me, and I'm going to trade the market as it is, not as I think or want it to be. That's the point. Now, if we hold 66.58, I'll get long. If we open here above 67.03, I'll be long. Reluctantly so, but I'll be long. I'm having gold, as you pointed out, I forget Mullin's first name, Robert. As he pointed out, we're breaking out gold and we're breaking out in silver again. I mean, silver is above the Hunt Brothers high of 1980. That is a multi-year breakout. Now we have to get above the high that we made, I think, in 2010, which was 49-ish. But gold is like the Russell. Gold has been stuck in a range. But when it breaks out, it's like a freight train, and don't get in the middle of it. So anyway, with gold breaking out again to the upside, you got bonds. We're not breaking out, but we're trading weak. We're below that 116, 12, 14 area that I talked about last week in my show, and again with Jimmy. And also below the new quarterly pivot at 116 quarter. I do think that the equities are going to have a difficult time running, or at least it's going to be a small back and forth trade and not worth my money. But I'm willing to take a couple of attempts out of the opening range today to probe to see if we do anything, and then I'm going to wait for those 1500 rotations to initiate any trades. But the fourth quarter is going to be a very, very, very good trade. I don't sleep on the fourth quarter. Remember when we were younger guys, a lot of the older traders would say, I'm going to take, they took off if they had a good year, they took off the fourth quarter. I've always thought that to be ludicrous. Why? The fourth quarter is usually a great trade. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to it. I had my best on the screens when I started trading 1 lots and 2 lots again in 2013. I had my best, a life-changing quarter in the fourth quarter of 2018. We broke from 29.44 to 23.46, and it was an unbelievably good trade. Christmas Eve, when I flattened up, I ran to Louis Vuitton and bought my wife half the store, and it was it was an amazing Christmas. But I'm not expecting that I'm going to have another quarter like that this quarter, but I'm prepared for it.
Yeah.
The point is kind of, give yourself some time, give the market your time. Trade small until you have clarity in the market. And when you know what the market is trying to do, then slap them on. The key to this, the key to a long-term profitable career here is knowing when to, here's Anthony's line again, knowing when to go big, go small, or not at all, period. So I'm willing to go small a little bit out of the opening range today to see if we get something. And I've already outlined my go big areas too. So let's go, man. Let's go. This is going to be a fun quarter.
Yeah. I know, it's funny you say that, because you remember Goodfellas when Henry Hill comes home and he goes, I got the most expensive tree they had. You remember that? I bought that same white tree. Hey, honey, had a great fourth quarter. Here's this big white tree. And she's like, seriously? I'm like, listen, I'm a greaseball. I need this tree.
Remember when Jimmy Burke walked in? Remember when Jimmy Conway walked into the card game and said, all right, the Irishman is here to take all your guineas money. Can't say guinea anymore, but you know what he said.
Exactly.
I used to walk into the NASDAQ pit and say that when I walked into my spot. All right, the Irishman is here to take all you Italians' money.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's what it was like. Yeah, I know. We
And then,
talked a lot
and then
more
Anthony,
freely back then.
then Anthony Coyne would hit me in the face with a 50 lot just to shut me up, see who won.
Well, we got a minute and a half. We're going to bring in Tanja. I want to go over something real quick. So, Pax, I think you could see the screen. So you can see this is what the bonds did, right? And I'm going to ask you in a second what your quarterly pivot is or what you're looking at in the key level in the bonds is. But when you look at this setup, right? So we grind it up. You had these highs, and I know that you and I aren't pattern people, right? But remember, bonds rolled first. They could be leading the direction of equities. We'll see. So I look at this whole setup, and then look what happened, right? And when I go to the S&P, it's like you are here now, right? And this is what gets interesting to me. If the bond market stays relatively weak, right, and you start to see equities come back down, I love where your pivot is because it actually allows me to, when I look at what's happened in the bonds, by them, going down following the Fed, which we've talked about, the Fed was talking more hawkish, not going to get macro here. But if we do tend to follow that kind of pattern, it gets really kind of interesting here to see what equities do. I think this level's really important, not only just because you have it as a quarterly pivot, but when you look at it on the chart, I think it's a key level to see if this rally is going to be sustainable with momentum. Last thing before we bring Tanja in, what are the key levels to watch for in the 30-year?
116.25 is a quarterly pivot. 116.12.14 is an old a swing level, which is where we're churning. Underneath here, 114.17, and then the ultimate target of this market, the next oh God, I can't think of the right word for it, but the next dividing line, right? The next magnet, the next goal to bring underneath 116.25, you got these tradable levels, but the next goal underneath 116.25 is going to be 113.24, and that's going to be the make or break line. Underneath 116.20, underneath 113 spot 24, we'll trade down to the lows of the year. Back down in the 110 handle. If 123, if 113.24 holds, then we'll trade back up to 116.25. So 116.25 to 114.17, ultimately to the goal of 113.24. And then we decide what we're going to do.
Can't get over. I'm telling you, it's pretty incredible. When I look at where your quarterly pivot is and the bonds relative to where it was in S&P, and I look at what's happened in the bond market, I can't help but look at and think to myself, again, we talk about post-Fed meeting. All this stuff is behind us. Equity rolled. As equities start to play catch up to bonds, we will find out today and the rest of this week. But hang with us, Pax. It's now time to trade the open with Tanja. Good morning, Tanja. Happy Monday.
Good morning. Happy Monday. How's your weekend, everybody?
Great. How was your... Hey, Kakosi, Tanja.
I'm great. I actually went on a little road trip. I went down to Hershey Park, and I went on a bunch of roller coasters with my friends. It was kind of a lot.
Oh, no, thanks.
Roller coasters in one day. So I got all the thrill out of me.
Man, I get car sick if I'm in the back seat of a car. I can't go on a roller coaster.
No.
Life is a big enough roller coaster. I don't need to jump on one for fun.
That's what I say too. I'm like, I have enough thrill in the middle while I'm trading my day to day, but like it's okay. Once a year I'll do it. Like it's okay.
If we go to an amusement park with my kids, I'm the dad holding all of the stuff, Cokes and Pops and teddy bears and whatever kind of nonsense we spent a ton of money to win. And while the kids are off doing all kinds of stuff, I just sit there and watch.
Okay. Do you do that at the mall too? Like, my dad always carries everyone's shopping bag and just sits on the bench.
Yes, I do. Of course I do. I put in a podcast. I'll listen to you guys talk if I'm at the mall with Jen. Yeah, I can't stand that. In and out. I'll buy a whole season of clothes within an hour.
What would Chat give Chad, could you imagine me and Pax at the, you know how they do those roller coaster things? You see them on like Instagram and stuff, like the picture of the people holding them and like their faces. You imagine mine and Pax's faces at the front of a roller coaster.
Oh my God. Oh
Tanya
yeah.
be filming it with their little camera. You and I mean, one thing we know for sure, Tanya, is mine and Pax's hair would come out the same, is exactly the way we got on
Wouldn't
and when we
move.
came off. We'd look the
Yeah.
same.
Wouldn't
No,
move.
but boy, would it be funny to hear us talking throughout that roller
That would be
coaster.
a
Mom,
good-
oh, he'd be going.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Thomas is saying 150,000 subs and Pax and Anthony on a roller coaster. How about
I'll do that.
250,000 subs and we will
Yeah.
for sure do it. Yeah.
I'll do that. Ferragamo's for
That
100.
reminds us.
I'll get on
Yeah.
a roller coaster for 2.5.
Oh yeah, the Ferragamos.
Yeah. I know. That was just last week. God, that felt like so long ago where we talked about it. And then, yeah, Tanya, what do we want to give away for you when we hit 150K?
Jimmy Choo's.
What do you want to give away to your audience? What do you think? Jimmy Choo's.
Yeah,
We'll
why?
do that.
Yeah, if we're gonna go stick to this shoe, if we're sticking to the shoe theme, we'll do that.
What kind of bags do you like? What kind of purses do you like, Tanya?
What kind of purses? Yeah, I like Vivian Westwood, but also, I mean, yeah, that's what I like, Vivian Westwood.
How about that? Maybe a Vivian Westwood bag.
Yeah, Louis Vuitton. I feel like you just said that you walked into Louis Vuitton and you bought half the store. That's hilarious.
2018, Christmas Eve of 2018. Yeah. I walked out with bags full of stuff. It was
And
great.
you said you would do it in like an hour. Like that's crazy.
In and out. I walked in there and I got, who I called was Danny Sitlow. Danny gave me her, Anthony, it was a shared mentor of ours daughter. Danny gave me her salesperson. I went downtown. I double parked on Michigan Avenue, left my car out there. I was in there for 15 minutes. I came out with thousands of dollars worth of stuff. And I made somebody take a picture of me holding the bags. It was amazing. It was such a great Christmas.
You guys wouldn't know this by, but you wouldn't think so by knowing me and Pax, but we are compulsive buyers. You wouldn't think that would be the case, would you, Pax?
Oh,
Oh my God, that's funny.
I've got shopping problems, Tanya. When the markets get quiet, I just start buying stuff.
Honestly, I've done that too. Like, cause I'm like, oh well, I'm like saving money. I'm not like spending it on the market for no reason when I know there's no setup. So I might as well buy something nice.
Yeah, keeps me from spending money, and I have a whole lot of nice clothes and shoes.
Yeah.
I feel like an idiot.
All right, Tanya, let's take a look at Tanya's charts. Speaking of markets, here we come in Monday morning. This morning, Tanya, we've gotten through FOMC. We got through rollover. You heard Pax and I talk a little bit about pre-market, what we're looking at. What are you seeing coming into today?
Yeah, I mean, I see like we're off of Friday's high a bit. And I think that I'm gonna mark out Friday's low in case that we come below Friday's low. I think that could be a potential area for NASDAQ to come back to rebalance. Kind of like on this day on the 17th, we came back below the 15th low and we came into this daily FEG. So, and that was a nice wick. That was during FOMC, I remember that. Yeah, I was shorting down into that level on ES and NASDAQ. And then once I saw that wick forming on like the hourly and the 4-hour, I was like, okay, you guys, like that's it. I think I'm out of my shorts and I think it's 50-50 whether it can go back up now or hold below. And yeah, that wick formed really cleanly. We went back to all-time highs. And there's no reason right now to think like they're going to have continued reversal really. So, I mean, I'd be looking for, potentially for this area to come back. Us to come back to here. Let's see during this London session. Yeah, on the 4-hour, I wanted to see it's kind of interesting to me how we have that wick was crazy. I think on ES, by the way, we made that wick and we came back to exactly like oh no, this wick. We came back to 50% of this wick here. And then we went back up. So, yeah, that's what I'd be marking out like Friday's low. And then I want to see which one's stronger. It feels like Nasdaq's a bit stronger this morning so far. What do we write in the chat? I think most people are probably bullish. I mean, we're at all-time highs, and it makes sense for us to do that, to be that way. What's the
Yeah,
chat?
what is the chat? I didn't see it this
Chad
morning.
is 38% bullish, 35% bearish, 27% neutral.
Neutral. Okay, good.
Oh, it's pretty split up. Yeah, 37 bullish, 35 bearish. Ooh, 28 neutral. Okay, that's more split up than ever. It's more 50-50 than ever before. It's interesting. So yeah, I mean, I want to see us. If there's a clean short that'll go back to Nasdaq, back below Friday's low, I'll take that, and then I'll watch to see if that's an area where we'll get bought up. But I'll still be flexible if we hit this low and maybe ES doesn't hit this low. ES would be the 6679.5 level. Then I'd look for reversals as well. So I'm always just kind of looking at whether one of us will hit a low and the other one won't. So look for those bullish reversals. Those are the easiest ones for me to go after. And that's it. It's like, take it easy. I don't want to go too heavy on a Monday. We're just kind of starting off on this new contract. And we'll see what ends up happening. Like, open mind, I think, is the name of today's theme.
Amen to that. You know, the most important, well, no, I think the most important part is going big, go small, or not at all. But, you know, none of us should be trading unless we have a clear plan. And I love listening to you because your plan is clear. I don't know what a fair value gap is, but I know you know what it is, and that's what the important part is.
Yeah, exactly. It's more like new school stuff, I would say, right? Like, as Pax likes to say.
Yes.
Whole new school. Pax, when should I come to Chicago?
Oh, anytime you want.
Before the winter gets too cold, right?
It's supposed to be a bad winter. It's supposed to be a cold winter, but the last couple of winters have been kind of dreary and in like 40s. So I'm looking to get out of Dodge in when it's cold. We only have out of our 5 kids, only one left is at home. So when she's on vacation, we're going to be gone. I'm looking forward to doing that and trying to figure out where we're going to go in another 3 years when she goes to college. But the point is, Tanya, Chicago is the best summer city in the world. So if you want to wait until next summer and come out, that'd be great. I would love to host you out here.
All right, sounds good. I mean, yeah, I mean, either that or like I'll try to go before winter starts because I know New York's miserable in the winter. I imagine Chicago's the same.
I would like to
Worse.
actually, I've
Worse.
talked about this. I'd like to come out to New York sometime in the fall. Autumn in New York. I'd like to come out to
That's
New
the
York
best.
in the fall and have like a little get together out there with some traders.
Oh yeah, that's the best
Yeah, let's
season
do
out
it.
here. It's my favorite season. We should do it. Yeah, I've just had a dinner with some traders. It's the best to have like meetups and just talk to people from the same industry. Because I talk to other people. I'm like, sometimes, you know, when you live alone like me and you just trade and like sometimes it feels like, is this even real? Like I feel like this isn't real life right now. It feels like like I cracked some code that that my life is this way, and like this feels like a video game sometimes. Like, oh, what do you mean? I'm like done at like 11 most days or 11 to 30, and now I can do whatever, right? And most people are still at their jobs, so then you don't have many people to even just talk to throughout the day. So it's nice to meet up with other traders and then see what they're doing.
That is 100% right. I tweeted that exact thing last week, and I do all the time. Trading ought to feel like we're cheating life. Trading ought to feel like we're constantly on vacation. I mean, it's hard work to get to that point. Trading will bring you to your knees, but once you're able to kind of get on the other side of things, and you've like Tanya's got her plan, she's going to trade her plan. If her plan gives her something to do, she'll do it. If it doesn't, she'll wait. But at the same time, once you're able to get into that mindset and you're able to live into that mindset, this really ought to feel like you've cracked some sort of a code to life, like you're cheating life. It really should.
Yeah, Definitely. And that kind of can feel scary if you don't have anyone else. It's like you're not talking to other traders all the time, which I'm thankfully I have a lot of support and a lot of people to like just call and FaceTime and stuff. But like in New York, most people are still just like working for someone else. So yeah, it's definitely a little strange all the time when you're walking out in the middle of the day and then you definitely, well, my gym is completely empty. But then when you go to a grocery store, you're always like, wait, why are there other people here? What are they doing?
Yeah. I feel the same way, the exact same way. That's awesome. I love listening to you talk. I like watching you trade, and I love listening to you talk.
Oh, thanks, Pax. I appreciate it. And I'm glad that we're gonna see each other soon in October. Yay, in Naples, Florida. Woo! I've been practicing my golf. I went to a par three this weekend at my Hershey trip. Anthony, I found a found a par three in Pennsylvania to go to because I don't know why, like some golf course that I was gonna go to was closed. So I ended up doing that too.
No, to answer a
Cool.
question,
Yeah.
Isaac, nah, man, I went broke once, and I did that as a result of many things. But since 2013, my feet have been up, and every day is like easy, like Sunday morning, like the Commodores wrote.
Yeah, and like, oh my gosh, we
Yeah.
need to do like part two to the podcast because you have a lot of stories.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah, anytime. We can do it when we're in Florida if we want to do it together, or I can fly
Yeah.
out to New York and we can have our meetup up there. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah, like yeah, let me know when you want to come to New York, and we can do it then too.
Well, that'd be great. And yeah, I'm getting ready. Don't put me, Anthony. Don't put me in a foursome with Merritt. That kid is, he's out there playing all the time.
Of course
and he's
you're
so
playing with him.
competitive. Yeah, I know you would, because he's so
Yeah.
competitive. I want to play
So,
with Tanya, so me and Tanya can chase our balls around the course and laugh while we're chasing them.
See where the balls go.
Yeah.
I'm actually pretty good at
So,
that. I can see where the balls go. I can find the balls. I'm a pretty good eye
Yeah.
at that. Yeah,
Yeah,
me,
you're
Pax,
ready.
Jared.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. So, yeah, everybody, I'm hosting 30 people are coming to my club down here, taking everyone golfing. Got a whole coursed out dinner. We've got a night before little get together as well. So having nice little event here. It's hard to believe that's only, was that 3 weeks away? That you guys will all be down here. Everybody on NinjaTrader Live that's been on the show as a regular that's trading on here or been with us on a regular basis, and the entire crew are all coming to visit me. So I'm taking everyone, give them a little taste of a day in the life of Delhi, I think we call it, but it's going to be fun. So I'm excited about that. I'm sure we'll record some of it too, and it'll go out there and show everyone kind of what we've been doing. But yeah, and then we got to have more trader meetups as well. We've had Chicago. You guys will do your New York thing, but we'll have more to come. Pax, we're about to sign off for today and let Tanya take the reins. She gets ready to trade the Open. Final thoughts for all the traders out there going into today's session.
Don't overtrade. Don't overtrade. Have a plan, execute it, and if the market isn't giving it to you, there'll be more to do this week. Follow Tanya; she'll lead you. She won't lead. Tanya will not lead you astray. That I can confidently say.
Woohoo.
And we will end it there, folks. Hit the like and subscribe button. Show some love for Tanya and Pax and NinjaTrader Live crew. Remember, on the path to 150,000, Tanya might be giving away shoes and maybe a bag. Who knows? We'll see what happens when we get there. We know Pax is giving away a pair of Ferragamos and more to come.
God bless
All right,
you
everyone.
all.
Thank you so much. I'll see you guys in chat.
Have a great day, everybody. God bless you all.
Ciao, ciao. Hello. Welcome, everybody. It's 9:16. We have 14 minutes till the Open. It's a beautiful Monday. It's a little chillier here in New York, so I'm wearing my sweater that I got from the Intrepid sleigh. What do you guys think I should give away? I don't know. I'm not decided yet. I don't know what the budget is. Let's give away a Chanel bag. I always tell, what is it, like, my chat, I'm like, that if they made a lot of money, I'm like, go and buy your wife a bag. She'll be happy. What's the saying? Happy wife, happy life. That's probably the best investment. Plus, actually, One of my trader friends was just telling me the other day that like his wife's Chanel bag collection has like appreciated in value better than his stock portfolio some years. I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, because they keep bumping up the prices, bumping up those prices. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. So basically, I mean, I'm just like, I've marked out some fair value gaps. We delivered from, this hourly. I mean, I would think, we closed below this one. So this push lower. I mean, I want to see if we rebalance this hourly up here and then we could go lower from there. If not, it would really need to be weak in this area. I would think 28, 24, 830s. And then reject to go lower. Otherwise, it could just blow past this and go for this trend line here. So, I like the chat today's very interesting. You guys are typically actually mostly bullish. Today we're neutral, and bullish and bearish are pretty much tied. I would say I'm pretty neutral. I want to see which levels get hit first, hopefully. Hopefully it's clean delivery and sharp reversals from those levels, right? Those are the best times to be had. So yeah, we gotta see this. See the 15. 15's kind of like choppy a bit, right? We reach down into this area in the 15-minute and it has been struggling to make a higher high on ES, and I think NASDAQ is a little bit higher. Right. So, I mean, I'm basically looking at the open. If there's going to be a short, it needs to be either a strong reaction here, a strong rejection, or either ES or NASDAQ will take out one of these swing highs at 130 and the other one won't. Otherwise, it looks kind of like it's just accumulating in this area in this 15-minute where it had left so much displacement here actually to upside. I think on Friday. Yeah, on Friday I didn't. Yeah, this happened after the afternoon, right? Yeah, I didn't take a trade on Friday actually. I was like, it could be. I was looking for a short reversal down, but just the reactions were so choppy. I wanted a quick one. I said basically like 10:02 or something. I said I needed to be continuing from there, and then we just consolidated for like 20 minutes up in here. It did slowly grind lower, and then it hit. Yeah, looks like ES hit this level. And that's where that divergence started. So that's why I always say, like, I like to look for those divergences. So you can see that was kind of the start of this reversal here. And then here on this day, this was like one of the cleaner days. I took those longs after ES took out this low here and NASDAQ didn't. So that's been kind of like the theme. ES has been slightly weaker in that regard. And also this morning, it is slightly weaker. I prefer that, yeah, that divergence happened after open. So like this one happened at 10, 9:45 to 10. This one happened, yeah, 11:45 on Friday. So kind of eyeballing this to see what's going to be the play today. So right now we rebalanced to here, right? We rebalanced this FEG in a discount on the 15. And look at that, how we actually held that. The bodies held. What do we have? We have like 8 minutes till the open. So fun. Yeah, rebounced to that extreme discount there. It's kind of nice. Held that. So I mean that's like the bullish stance if people want to go for more all-time highs, which I could see that happening, especially if we kind of just rip through this level up here on the hourly. So far Nasdaq's a bit stronger. If I'm looking at like the 15-minute, etc. So I wrote on my little notepad I got a NinjaTrader. Woohoo. Wrote don't overtrade. That's what Pac said this morning. That was his advice. It's good to set that reminder. Do you guys think this is unhinged if I start eating some sun chips at 9:22 in the morning? Kind of it might be the vibe. How unhinged would that be? So, I mean, the only divergence is a small 15-minute one. I'm not in love when it's like that. It's not really such an obvious one like this one is. This is a swing low and a fair value gap, right? That ES took out. So I'm gonna just chill. It's like the 15-minute. Honestly, the 15 minutes like such a good bellwether chart for me to start with in the morning. Well, obviously we start from the daily, then the 4-hour hourly, and I go down to the 15-minute. It's good to just stick on the 15-minute when the open happens. You get to see those levels, and then I drop down lower to like the 1. If I find like a good setup, I'll drop lower to the lower time frames if I see, or if I already have that idea and I want to find an entry. I'll go down to the 1 after the open to see if there are any other divergences, and to see if there's like a first presented fair value gap of the day. But other than that, I like to start the morning off by looking at the 15-minute chart here. Let's like mark out Friday's high as well. It's always good to have those levels out, just a high. See this? I put on check out my indicators. Mm-hmm. A little position tracker. I'll also add ATR for a second so we can look at the daily. The daily ATR 259. Right now we barely moved on the day so far. 125. Okay. Remove that ATR now. Write that down, ATR of 259. We moved 127 today so far. I pulled my chat on Friday about what their favorite, like, how much do they prefer in NASDAQ over ES? Basically, it was so big. I thought it would be like 70% NASDAQ and 30% ES. I just asked which asset do they prefer. It was like 86% NASDAQ. Let's see for ES what the ATR is. 53. Yeah. $53. Move 26 so far today. I like to have that so that I can get a feel for like how volatile we're at the open. If today's going to be a slow day, etc. Probably will be. We don't have any high impact news. We don't have any red folder news. We have just a bunch of FOMC members speaking. Ew, boo. I hate that actually. That gives me a sour taste in my mouth. Wow. I just opened that up. FOMC member Williams speaks at 9:45. Those are yellow folder. It says orange folder for FOMC member Mullin speaking at noon. But yeah, pretty much we got Fed speakers all morning, 9:45 and at 10, and then at 12, 3 different ones. When's the Fed blackout period? I like to look that up. When they can't speak. That's better trading. It's more fun. When they can't talk, let's see. It says, here we are. Here's the open. Okay, so oh, that was already in September. They couldn't speak from the 6th to the 18th. And then they can talk all they want now until October 18th. Boo. For that, you can literally just Google Fed FOMC blackout calendar, and that'll go on the Fed Reserve's website. And I'll show you everything from 2025 to 2027. And I'll put that there when I'm actually in a position. See what did chat say about how unhinged it would be for me to eat some chips? Yes, they're a healthy part of a balanced breakfast. Tanya, do you have any videos on your take of the 2022 entry model by chance? I have a lot of videos where I show my entries and my like those trades panning out. I feel like the take is just what ICT taught, but maybe I should. Tanya, considering most of the audience is male, Chanel bag doesn't have the same effect. I know, bro. That's why you got to give it to your wife or your mom or your girlfriend or whatever, or maybe keep it yourself. It's a good asset to have. Look it up. They appreciate and value. Oh yeah, vote in the chat. Whether you prefer, do you prefer ES or NASDAQ? NinjaTrader put it in the chat here. Here we are, NASDAQ is in that 1 hour fair value gap here. We gotta see. Here's like a high that I'll be looking at in case it does. Yeah, we're ripping up there. Ripping through it so far. See how it goes. The tiny hourly here too. Tiny, tiny. See the hourly on ES. Yeah, it's just got one here. Let's see. ES is not there yet. Nasdaq's ripping through it. I have just these highs. See, like I said, if it just rips through it, it could just, rip past some of these highs. Where then I'll just kind of watch that and see if there's a divergence that forms there. But so far, it's just delivering from that 15-minute area. Still looking bullish. See on the one now. Yep, we've just been ripping straight up since 9:30. It's a close your eyes and long market. That was the start. ES not there yet. Let's go back on the 15 here. I want to see. Yeah, let's see the 15. Where are we at versus like midnight? Okay, we're still below midnight. Let's open up my indicator for the sessions. 8:30 and midnight. This is midnight open for NASDAQ, and this is 8:30 open. Oh, purple. So far NASDAQ is reacting off of this area in this hourly. Let's see. Still got 24 minutes till this hourly candle closes. I still think it probably will close green, so I'm gonna be careful. 15-minute. Let's see. I'm eyeballing if there's any reversals that'll happen. ES is yet to really get to this hourly level on the same hourly level, so it's weaker. So I do have that thought process, like, oh, maybe ES will provide a better short or whatever. We'll see. All right. So I have that 60-minute, that's that level on ES. I'll go down to the one here. NASDAQ has hit that level on the hourly, so that's why I'm gonna go down to the one to see if there will be any sort of reversals. And this purple line is midnight open. So far, very bullish. No signs of reversal yet. So right now I'm gonna write out exactly what I said before with the plan. So what's the plan? The plan is like, let's see if yeah, H1 area zone rejection, then market bearish, then I would short. And then I'd probably short to that line or had marked out. Or maybe Friday's low. I don't know. Let's asking for a lot, but or maybe just below these lows, honestly. Back to me, 8:30 open. We'll see. So far, ES has started to look a little bit weaker here. NASDAQ is failed to get back up to midnight open. Now it's breaking a low, right? I wouldn't be against it. If it panned out, I wouldn't be against going for a NASDAQ short. Let's see what happens. You do have like a small divergence here on the 1 minute, actually, I think. Yeah. Cool. See how this closes here. This would be like 57. It would be a quick short, yeah. I want to change this color. I'm gonna put a sell limit here if it gets there. This FEG area. The stop would be the high. What time is it? It's 9:41. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna put 20 stop target 2. Okay, we're good now. ES is in the fair value gap. ES is looking weaker. See if I get filled here for NASDAQ. Okay. All right, got filled in the short. The stop is the high. Yeah, I would probably go for like these lows. So if I'm wrong, I'll get stopped out like very quickly, and that's fine. But I think this is worth a shot to go short at. Risking 20 points to make a lot more. I'll also be watching ES to see if it hits the level. This is 830 low. It's 830 open here. So you can watch the CES. I wouldn't really want to see ES start getting stronger here, but we'll see. Hey, what did you guys vote for what you preferred? Yes, 72% prefer NASDAQ over, and 28% prefer ES. Interesting. So far, since I entered, I'm like holding in drawdown for about 2 minutes. My thought process is simply like I think that this is going to be an upper wick on the 15 and the hourly, so my short versus that high. If I'm wrong, then whatever. Then ES is going to dig into here. ES is definitely not showing. It's showing more strength now, so I might get stopped soon. It's fine if I do. Simply wait again. It still hasn't hit new high day, so that's decent. It's definitely, yeah, not a quick, whichever way it's going, it's not going quickly. A lot of wicks. Wicks be wicking today. Recently, this is where people have probably put their stops if they're long, right? It's probably what I'll put my TP at actually. Yeah. It's 9:46. Yes, just made a new Hive session. So basically it's like the last moment where it could reverse for NASDAQ if that decides to be the divergence, but I don't, we'll have to just see. Basically has to reverse here if I'm gonna be right. Let's see. Basically, it's just hang around in this 1 minute. I don't like that it inverted it, right? And it's holding above, so I wouldn't be surprised if I get stopped, but gotta continue holding this. I put my stop up here for a reason. Let's see. Okay, stopped out on that first short. Back to the drawing board. We gotta just wait it out here. ES is in this area now. Basically, if I go short again, I'm gonna demand this load to get taken. That'll be the confirmation for me. I don't want to get short before this low gets taken and this gets inverted. That's basically where we held up, right? Unfortunately. Okay, I can delete this. See NASDAQ here on the 15 again. ES. So we're taking out some of those highs here. The hourly for a moment was looking good and it was wicking this area. So I would try that again, but let's see here again. What's a 4-hour look like? Where's the last 4-hour high? Here. Oh yeah, same thing. I just want to look at this. 47, 48. Yeah, I would try that again then. Cool. So how much have we moved so far in the morning, you guys? Let's see. Since the open. Okay, 50 points. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, so far I'm chilling. I had a 20-point stop that was small, so you needed to try that out in case, because ES was so weak it didn't even hit this, but then it did decide to get stronger. What are we at right now for NASDAQ and ES? We're flat on the day. NASDAQ's down 0.03% and ES is down 0.16. So right now on the hourly, NASDAQ has taken this like little swing high or 15-minute. ES, not yet. Wave lower below its like midnight open and below the swing highs. So honestly, if a bearish setup happens, I'd probably try ES. So now I'm probably going to wait until 10. What time is it? It's 9:52. Yeah, so let's see how this hourly closes, how the next hourly opens. NASDAQ zoomed through these levels, so did hit one of these highs. I'm still potentially looking for if there's going to be a divergence at one of those highs for us to go have a small short-lived reversal to the downside. I'd rather not long to all-time highs. Such jagged ends. So just gonna wait now. I prefer ES on the 60-minute. right? For us to remain below this at the close in the next 7 minutes. That's what I'll be checking out. What did I do here? This was like the new high of the day right here. Yeah. So yeah, I prefer us to reject here to go for lower, but we'll see if that ends up happening. If it closes strong, then it might just be a long session, like a bullish session. And then I'd be just wrong. All right, I don't really need these anymore now. I know the NASDAQ. Crude oil after London's IB trading near GX1. Ooh, edge alert. It's fun. We're above midnight open on NASDAQ, so yeah, we need to see some sort of reversal starting at 10 if there's going to be anything good for shorts today. Might just want to just rip up. Let's see here, ES. NASDAQ's close to its all-time highs here. About like 12 points away. ES hitting that midnight open is just ripping. Let's see here. 9:55. Let's see what happens at 10. Looking at the heat map, we're up. Apple's up 2%, Google's flat, and Nvidia and Microsoft pretty flat. Not much else is happening today, yeah, which makes sense. We're like pretty neutral still, right? NASDAQ's only up like 0.01%. ES is down 0. All right, since the close from Friday. All right, let's see here. ES hitting that midnight open. Oh, you know what? I need to switch the colors here. There we go. I mean, what happened here? Took this 15-minute high on ES as well. Hourly, still hourly we swept as well. Okay. Yeah, I want to see what the 60 minutes going to end up on ES. So 60-second, what's 60-minute on NASDAQ? Swept all this trend line liquidity. Do you guys think we'll get to that all-time high? I don't know. I'm still looking for a potential reversal. Let's see, 957. See how ES closes here. Be more inclined to try like an ES short if it closes within this. It has a structure shift. If not, then whatever. Hmm. Okay, so far I followed my plan. Just the short didn't work out. All right. Let's see. 4 hour, previous 4 hour high. All the way here. So we're not making any reversals. Okay. 15 seconds until this hourly closes and it looks so strong. Right? Mm-mm-mm-mm. Yep. See? Inverted this. Nasdaq's close to those all-time highs. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me to need to see a reversal, I said what I need to see. I need to see a slight close below here. And the 5 minute, yes, is just, yeah, ripping. I'm just trying to see it for like the long situation. What would be that type of setup? I mean, it's just continuations. Like I could see that 5 minute retracement happening on NASDAQ. NASDAQ is the stronger one, yeah. From the open here. Hmm. All right, so I just like drew a fib. And this 3 minute is in discount. See what happens. NASDAQ, I think, just hit all-time high. Is that true? Or did it make an equal high there? I think it stopped right before it actually. What's that high? 888. I mean, equal high, all-time highs. Yeah. Okay. When it's like so, it's funny. It's like going up, just grinding up so much. It's like you're running out of space on the chart. You gotta make it smaller. Hmm. This is the hourly that ES blasted through and closed strongly above. I'm looking at the 5 minute. Yeah, it made another leg up here to the upside. Came back down, contracted, went back higher. Uh, since the open, it was this. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. So I mean, let's see what happens. Is Nasdaq going to hit all-time high? We're gonna leave that equal high there. I don't like shorting when there's equal highs above, so I would need that to at least get taken out. And if I were to short, I would need at least like this 3 minute to get inverted. So still looking bullish, right? So I'd rather wait and see if yes, if it can retraces to here, this 3 minute level. Yeah, since this bearish fair value gap couldn't hold it down, then it made another rip up, another displacement. It's a 3 minute and a discount here. How's a 15 minute looking like? Is this a 15 minute FEG? That would be great if it is. Yes. Okay. So, yeah, I'd wait to see if we retrace down to here and then have a 1 minute shift back up again. Otherwise, if it doesn't, then maybe I'm just too late on this. Had the wrong bias at the beginning. That's fine. So that's kind of the trade I can see happening is if we retrace down to here, have another push up after that. As long as Nasdaq doesn't hit those all-time highs first, then I'll have to kind of reassess, right? Because ES is so far away from its all-time highs. It's like 13 points away. Whereas Nasdaq is very close. Almost hit it, made an equal high there. Here we are, Nasdaq making equal highs again. I don't think it hit new all-time high yet. It might do it now. Yeah, not yet. Keeps hitting that 24,888 level. Kind of odd. The 15-minute NASDAQ. Nice. Okay. Fading so far. Hmm. It's kind of wild. Mm-mm-mm. I mean, it would be nice if it faded there and it retraced to here so that, builds up some liquidity, those equal highs. Too long for that. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. But we'll see. It's very close to them. Yeah, I'm looking for this. Let's see. See how NASDAQ reacts. I mean, right now also I'm kind of noting that on the 5-minute, there is a 5-minute FEG that is in the discount of this leg, 50% lower. Right here, if I measure from here to here. That's what I've noticed. Could just retrace here. So I'll mark that out. This low on this 5-minute, right? It's also 15-minute, right? 15-minute point of interest. Okay. See how this goes. Just cognizant of that. ES is stronger. It's near its closer to its highs than NASDAQ is at the moment. I'm kind of interested to see what's gonna go on here. I don't really want to be just. I could see people wanting to just go straight long in this, but I think I'd rather see the reaction because it could just, completely fall apart here too. See, I do like that we left those equal highs though. I'm more bullish. Yeah, I am more bullish today. Let's see. We had a strong reaction there so far. Right? On this 5 minute. Just swept this. Like this is in discount. So this to this is a 1-to-1 if you put the stop there. Let me see here. I'm just waiting a little longer. Don't need this anymore. I don't know what that is. On the hourly, I think this is just an hourly high for ES. Yeah. That's fine. So far on the hourly, what do we do, you guys? We closed really strong. 10 retracing now, still in the upper portion of this. We left those equal highs at all-time highs, which makes me want to be more bullish. You have a 3 minute here and discount also for NASDAQ. It's more at a discount than retrace so far. So I'm kind of just waiting to see if. So far, it's a good reaction though, based on that 5. Let's see on this 5 minute ES. I don't even think it retraced. I want to keep this fib up. And I would think that, where I said before, I was like, I would only want to short if this low got taken out. So I don't see why not long it. Because we had that from where I shorted, I'm just thinking like the market kind of showed me I was wrong, right? I stopped out here, new high day, and we displaced above that. So what time is it? 10:16. It was a 30-second. Yeah, we basically swept at like a 5 minute low. Came back into this 5 minute FEG, right? But I can draw that out here. And this to there, that's a 1-to-1. I'd rather get a better setup. But sometimes that's all you get, really, right? We'll see. So far, it's 10:16. It had a good reaction there. I mean, you don't really want it to hang around here too much if you're bullish, right? So far that had a nice reaction. It's probably going to go make another high. See if that ends up working out. I'll be happy enough to recognize that, even if I'm not part of that. Let's see. It's a 15 minute. We didn't even retrace. Looks like it's just going to fly. I'm not in a position right now. Just kind of monitoring this. Hmm. $10.19. Oh yeah. Let me try something. All right. Hmm. All right, my fault, you guys. I think because like I put a new indicator up that my computer just like glitched. So I'm gonna just quickly like restart this. All right, let me just quickly restart NinjaTrader, and then we should be fine. I know exactly why now. One sec. But anyway, I'm watching how that retraced on the 30-second. I was like kind of debating to see if that's going to be the quick long, since it is just super strong that way. Pew. All right. Let's see. I'll tell you guys when I'm good to go in a second. Okay, we're good to go. The 30-second here. Put on. There you go. It didn't even retrace to the 50% here. Damn it. Okay. Well, we just hit that all-time high. ES is stalling a bit. All right, it's fine. Okay. Woohoo. It just smashed those all-time highs and then left that wick there. Okay. ES just running. All right. We gotta see here. All right, so like now we just hit all new all-time highs. I mean, congrats if you took that 1-to-1 there for the long. I was looking for a little bit deeper retracement, so I just didn't get filled. Oh well. And then yeah, it didn't even the retracement didn't happen for that either for that long. So kind of now back to the drawing board whether or not ES is going to catch up or whether we're going to have a reversal here. So let me mark out again where I would consider, well, first actually now I would like to consider if we break that low that made the high, I would mark out this on the 5 if we end up inverting this. But really the confirmation is if we break 821 on NASDAQ, and I'd rather be kind of patient for that. Yeah. Okay. And for ES, it would be here. Well, that's a huge trend line. All right. Woohoo. Let's go back here where we inverted on the hourly for ES. I want to mark that out again. I don't even think we retraced to rebalance that, did we? No. Just zoom in. All right. That's fine. So basically what I'm going to look for is, yeah, if we break this low, it would have to be with a good displacement though, because it has a 5-minute below it. And it does seem like, yeah, this order block on the held us up real well, right? Because that was like a fake out. That's where I tried my short earlier, got stopped out here, and then this is holding us support now. So I wouldn't try shorts again unless that happened. And for long side, I mean, the long side situation is kind of like playing ES catch up. And I don't really love to do that kind of trade because, you know, it's kind of going against, like a divergence can happen here at the all-time highs. Let's see here. I guess it would be really important to see if how this area reacts for ES below this 50% mark. So yeah, I wouldn't want to go for shorts unless we broke the 6706 level for ES. Kind of the same NASDAQ, like really the confirmation is 24.8, 21.50 if that breaks. Yeah. I would need to be pretty convinced if it broke this low to go short before this gets hit. In the meantime, I think it's more likely, like it is more likely ES is going to catch up and go higher. Let me mark out my fib on ES. And then I'm just like looking at to see if there's any FEGs in a discount. There is one here on the 2-minute, 3-minute, all the way down here. So I think that's important. I don't really want to feel like I'm getting faked out and getting shorts prematurely if it ends up, yeah, rebalancing to here, then going back up. All right. Let's see. So we're above midnight open. All-time highs for NASDAQ. We're just holding them. What are we up on NASDAQ now on the heat map? Let's see. It's only 1027. Apple's up 2.7%. How much is Tesla up? 4.2%. Everything else is pretty flat. Okay, and the Nasdaq's up 0.11%. So I don't feel FOMO at all, honestly. Okay. We only moved 85 handles, 85 points since the New York Open. Huh. Okay. $19 for ES. Hmm. Extend this out, this fake out to the downside. Okay. Let's see. Mm, 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 mm. What's this hourly look like here? Mm, mm, mm. Hmm. Mm. Seven, 626 is about 50% of that. All right. Honestly, just feels like we're just gonna continue running up. I mean, that ES is super strong there. That little wick, and that was it, and then displaced again. I don't want to chase that, so I kind of just have this fib up. This is 50%. If it does end up wanting to run this little stop here again to go up higher, I'll watch out there. I'll be probably looking at the 30-second after that. Yeah, let me see the 15. So I'm more likely to want to go trade that ES6 sister unless, but first I want to see like how that reacts, and then I want to see a strong reaction to the upside. So I wouldn't just same kind of vibe as before, where I said I wouldn't just go straight long there. Yeah, because at this point Nasdaq hit that all-time high. If it retraces down to here, it's gonna be sloppy. At the moment here, I honestly can't find myself longing. It's we're in a deep premium, and Nasdaq already hit that Friday high. I don't want to get caught in a divergence, in a reversal. Trends your friend until the end. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much reached. If I'm counting this fake out candle, I mean, fake out move to the downside, we've extended already past 200% of that. See, I mean, 627 actually could be an interesting level because it is the midpoint of that wick as well. And we'll see what it's doing here. ES is stronger. Let's see. Honestly, barely, but stronger. They're literally flat on the day, you guys. I'm not feeling any sort of FOMO. Nasdaq's up 0.16%, ES is up 0.06. It's really like yeah, Apple's carrying a lot. Tesla. Okay. Will ES get those all-time highs, you guys? What time is it? It's 10:38. Okay. Just kind of thinking about this hourly candle. It's super strong right now. 4 hours, super strong. If there's gonna be an upper wick, would happen like the last 10 minutes or so, right? Just keep running. Yes, damn. I was looking at retracement here, never came there, and then straight up, not gonna happen. All right, it's fine. Put this here. Barn price. To be honest, like NASDAQ didn't come to 50%, it like came 2 ticks within it. So even if I had put my limit fill there, I wouldn't even gotten in. So whatever, it's just running without me. It's all good. Happens. Oh. Hmm. Oh, you guys. Time for that sun chip. ASMR. All right, it's just needed one chip. All right. So what happened? I tried shorts, stopped out for 20 points. Then there was that. Actually retested there. And that was basically it to go long. I wanted something deeper and it just ran without me. So I can't get mad. And now, I mean, we're just going to see if ES is going to catch up. It certainly is super strong there. That it's just blasting away. So strong, it doesn't even retrace even on the tiniest of legs. It's crazy. All right. It's fine. It's Monday. Even so, like the range is kind of small. I feel like it's slow. 100 points, yeah. 100-point range on the New York session. And today, what's the range of the day so far? Here to here, 173 points when the average is 259. We're zooming. Yeah, it's not there yet. Nasdaq hit that all-time high at 1022. Yes, is 24 minutes later. It's still not there. $31.50. $31.50. Congrats if you're long. If you still held this NASDAQ long. I mean, sometimes if I have like a lot of contracts and if I entered here, let's say I did, I would hold one to see if ES would hit it, and that's basically it. Let's see. Just gotta fight the urge to short in the scenario like this. If you're not in longs, it just doesn't retrace to your point of interest. You don't want to be like going against the grain unless it like proves where like I have my levels to short, right? So it's just patience game. It's annoying to be down 20 points, whatever, down 800 bucks, but that's no problem at all. Long term, you know. So what did I want to say? I have a nice quote I learned from one of my friends. It's like, would you rather have a green day or a green month? You know, that's what you got to think about. If you're just down like a little bit for the day, but you know that could, you know, that's the most dangerous day for me, I think, because it's like, oh, just need 20 points, you know, to get it back or something like that. But then if you start thinking that way, then yeah, you end up snowballing yourself and taking dumb trades and going against the grain. So here we are. ES hit that all-time high. Congrats to the folks that were long ES this whole time. We've just been going. Yeah. We had this little wick here, which honestly I did try to short that, and then here we are, just reverse. So paid the price to find I was wrong, and then that was it. I didn't try another short, which is good, but longs didn't set up, didn't give me the setup. And we'll see. It's 10:50. What are we gonna do? It's crazy. It's just such a strong diagonal trend line up. The way it was just spooling. Yeah, let's see here. The 5. Same thing. I'm gonna have this level out for NASDAQ maybe later in the day. Those kinds of days where we kind of just go straight up for a bit. Sometimes the reversal happens later. It's gonna have your alerts on. See 5-minute. Yeah, setting all-time highs and just keep spooling. Like I feel like there's just probably too many people that keep trying to short. Feels like that's what's gonna happen. Just gonna keep spooling. All right. $8.51 is now an 4-hour FEG, or probably will be by the end of the day. Okay. So annoyed. Not really that annoyed, honestly. But like this, yeah, I was waiting for it to retrace a bit. I did say it was a good reaction, but yeah, that was it. It ran without me. My computer, I just can't believe it. Sometimes my computer, I mean, it just glitched. I know why though. I know, like I tried out uh, I just had a little glitch on a new indicator I put on, so it's fine. I know what to fix, but yeah, it's fine. This, yeah, we've been just spooling up since this little sweep. I mean, yeah, it's cool to see. Yes, just spooled all the way up there. There's not really any more retracements after that to get long. So all you got to do now is just wait for the next setup. I mean, you just look at the hourly. And we left these bullish fair value gaps on the hourly and on the 4 hour probably will be. I'm thinking that maybe I like this level now, this 855. Um, I have that marked out already on the 5, but like this holds up. This low holds on this 4 hour until like 2 p.m., right? Maybe that will be where the next sweep is for us to go long again. Yeah, I could see that happening. Fake out more people if it just sweeps this level again. If it displaces strongly and closes below this, then I would probably look for potential shorts, but it doesn't seem like that's happening. The sentiment's just bullish straight up, you guys. We didn't have any uh pullbacks. What's up, Stow?
Hey, Tanya, how's it going?
Going good. Came back from my little road trip and it's Monday. I tried one short like right at like 9:40. And I got stopped out real quick and the retracement didn't come for my longs, so kind of
Yep,
annoying. Yeah, but how
that's
are you
fair.
doing?
I'm good. Where'd you go? Where'd you go on your trip?
Oh, I went to Pennsylvania. I went to Hershey Park. Have you
Oh,
heard?
no way.
Yeah.
Of course I know what that is. Yeah, I live in Pittsburgh. That's pretty close to me.
Oh, right,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Road trip down there. I also went to a concert, Hosier concert. It's this guy from Ireland. He's good. You probably know a couple of his songs, like Too Sweet and Take Me to Church. He's that guy.
Okay.
But and then next day I went to I was at the park all day. Listen, I was with like I'm not even like a roller coaster kind of girl. I mean, I'll just go with it. I used to really like them actually. But nowadays, like I told you, I'd rather have my hobbies be more chill.
Yes, I heard. I heard you talking about that to Pax and Deli this morning. I spent.
Yeah, they're not roller coaster guys, apparently. Are
I
you?
no, no, no. I mean, we took my kid to like my like small town county fair like
Ah,
a couple weeks ago, and she loved it. She gets to like go up and you get to like hug the cows, and she loves horses and cows, and the goats
oh,
are the best. Um, I don't know, they're so cute, but they have the world's most rickety carny rides ever, and she wants to do them, and my
uh,
wife and I are both like sweating. We're taking turns. Like, okay, all right, you do the tilt-a-whirl. I'll do the. There's also like a rickety dragon roller coaster too. And yeah, no, that ain't for me.
you gotta take shifts over there.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I went on like 8 roller coasters. We were there until close, until 10 p.m. Like I was like, oh my God. And then two of my friends, they bought funnel cake and deep fried Reese's. And I
Oh
was just
yeah.
like,
Oh yeah.
that's insane. I just
Yep.
wanted
That
to
sounds
go
like a proper middle of Pennsylvania time that you had. Yep. You gotta have funnel cake. No, no reason not to. I
It's
did spend like 20 minutes trying to make an AI photo of Pax and Deli on a roller coaster this morning, and I wasn't able to get it right in time before the show. But
oh man, you guys still got tomorrow.
yep, I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna work on
That's
it.
just funny. It's slicked back hair. It would be the same. I mean, I wonder how much gel they put in their hair.
We'll find out in a couple weeks. We can ask him. We can ask him in October. You're coming to Florida, right?
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna
Sick.
go. It'll be fun. Can't
Oh,
wait.
Tanya, I did that club fitting, by the way. Um,
All right, how'd it go?
it was ridiculous. It was awesome. Um, I had no idea how this works, but like you go in and you take your old, so it was an iron fitting. So he was like, "All
Right.
right, get your 6 iron. We're gonna do 6 irons across the board, and they have you hit your club." And they run all these stats on it, and they're like, "All right, well, your ball speed sucks, and your landing angle sucks, so we have to figure out." So they just take a series of different heads and shafts, and they just keep flipping them between the two. And he's like, "All right, hit this 10 times. Okay, cool. We'll swap that out." And then at the end, they've built like this is the club that will make you not suck. So it was cool.
Yeah. For like
Uh,
all irons, like the long ones and the short ones.
yeah.
Oh, fun.
Well, they try to get you in to buy as many clubs as you can. So you get to the end, and then they give you like an $8,000 bill, and you're like, whoa. But so I just bought a couple clubs. I didn't do the whole everything. I just got 7-iron through pitching wedge, but I'm excited. I'm gonna bring them to Florida. We'll try to get some holes in.
Oh yeah, short game is the most important anyway, so that makes sense. How long did that take? Like an hour or longer?
Yep, it was like an hour. It was like an hour and a half. Yep.
Yeah, I still have to get good enough to do a fitting. Like I feel like, before I spend that much money, I have to like have a consistent swing. But I did do a par three. I did well. I got a birdie on a par three. I was happy.
That's sick. That's awesome.
Good. Yeah, and what was it? Yeah, I got a couple pars, so that's cool. At least I know I know those whoever's on my team in Florida, like I got us at the really awkward yardages, like
Okay.
30, 40 yards, like 80 yards, 55 yards, I can get it on the green. 65, like those yardages, I can do it because those are those are kind of like my full swings for like the sand wedge and the pitching wedge.
That's great though. That's the hardest yardage to hit is that like anything underneath 90
Yeah,
sucks for me because I have to do like some
like finessing, right? Like
right.
three-quarter swing, half swing. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. And
Exactly.
you're like changing the stances. Like I did a whole lesson with all that, and at least like there, I was like, okay, I feel like I got that down. So that the par three was pretty good for me. But
That's awesome.
yeah. Other than that, like, I mean, golf is so hard. You do that. I go to like a lesson, then afterwards, I just suck so much when I practice myself. It's true.
I mean, I suck all the time too, but it's like you get that one shot though, and you're like, "Oh, I got that one shot. I feel invincible." You know, like if
100%.
I can chase this again. It's like that. It's like that really good trade. You're like, I know I have it in me.
Yeah, exactly. You get one good trade, especially if you like kind of waited all week and like, oh, you took a couple paper cuts and then still take your setup and you get a banger. That's the best.
Yep.
Going.
That's cool. All right. Well, keep me posted on your lessons. I'm going to start lessons over the winter. That's my plan is to take indoor lessons over the winter and then come out of the spring and then destroy my dad and brother-in-law. That's the whole plan for all of this. It's just
Awesome.
so good that
Sick, dude. Keep me posted on that.
all right, cool.
I'll see you soon. All right, good
Sounds
luck,
good.
everybody.
All right, thanks, Tanya. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I hate to report that I am completely flat. It makes me just as sad as it probably makes some of you. So, but this has just been a half an hour of hate buying. So even I don't have an entrance up here yet, but we'll work for one. Morning, Sir Grumbles. Hey, Shreddy, what's up? Good morning. Doesn't that sting? Good morning. Morning, Brad. Yeah, sorry, guys. Sorry, flat here. I'm going on like 2 hours of sleep right now. My girl's got some sort of flu or something yesterday, so I was kind of up all night with them. So this morning I was not I was not prepared to look at candles until I got a good bit of coffee in and didn't do my run, all that stuff. So Pac says it all the time, if you're not prepared, if you didn't do your thing, don't trade, or at least size down. So I'm just taking it easy. I would have loved to get in at some point here, but straight up. Good morning, Dr. Serena Reap. Good to see you. The doctor's in the house. Good morning, Edwards. Morning, Mini Trader. Good morning. Good morning. Friend Tintin, we got everybody here. Sleepy Trades, good morning, good morning. KCCP, hey Tracy, how's it going? Good morning. I don't know if what goes up must come down. If you look at a high time frame chart, it doesn't always go back down to where it once was. So I don't know if that's a good idiom for this. Hey Jim, good morning, Jim. Oh, good morning from Vermont. Good to see Alistair. I love Vermont. That's probably I really love Pennsylvania. I would never want to live anywhere else, but if I did, it would be Vermont for sure. Morning, Happy Crab. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Case. Thank you. Nice, Doc Pat. Yeah, there you go, flat here. That's better. It will pull back. But how big is the pullback? Is it a pullback for ants? Is this the pullback right now? We'll see. Hey, Drunk Radish. Good morning, homie. No, Justin, I didn't clean up. I'm gonna get my bracket on. There we go. We're gonna watch this pullback here. See if it's kind of doing something. Let's see what we get. We're pulling back to previous all-time high, 67.31.50. NQ's kind of pulling back to a nice spot as well. I'd like to see it a little bit more. What time is it? Make sure I'm not getting in. Okay, 05. Yeah, I like Maine also catch for sure. Same theory. Good morning, Naily Bar. Toronto's nice too. You know, it's funny, Alistair. Yes, I would. I would live in Stowe, Vermont. It's very cool. My wife and I actually got married up there. We like it so much. Is this going to be it? I don't know. I'd like to see this at least get run. We're going to put one on. Just one. Just a little feeler. I mean, the book is so thick right now too. So this is going to be a slow day if I stick it out for the whole thing. And I am trading this afternoon too. So we got all those things going on. No real targets up here either. So what's up at the top? I guess I got, wow, way up there. Nope. Yeah, I don't have anything other than, that's the hardest part about being long at all time highs is you don't, you only really have like extensions and hypothetical, spots to be targeting with longs. You just kind of have to be like, okay. Hey, good morning, Jay. 55 times 5. I was excited to see that a lot of people signed up for the NinjaTrader 4-way battle. I want to make sure that everybody in this chat has signed up for that. It's a little easier now because we're on the front page. So all you got to do is go in and just click that first battle sign up that you see. My lovely production team will put that in the chat shortly. But yeah, let's take a look at NQ2. Let's go through the whole process and see what we're looking at here. This is actually going to be a good day. I might replay this day for the course later. I'm doing episode 2, which is extremely intensive. It's like I start this stuff and then it's like, man, there's a lot more to add. Oh man, I got to add this. Oh man, I got to add this. But this is a great day. So we look at, and by we I mean I don't know why I keep doing that. I look at the London 30-second OR. And if we go all the way back here to where it opened, it was a really big pivot overnight. You know, like I came into this day, I don't know, the head on the swivel a little bit. London just sold pretty much. It did go back in, and I have the previous day's 5-minute opening range carry over, so you can see where it found support from its previous day. So I'd say I came into today neutral. And again, I wasn't watching because, I was taking care of the girls. But straight out the gate, opening drive up. I mean, never came back and touched the open. It almost came back to touch the London 30-second opening range. But like all of this selling, we left all of it behind and we have not looked back at all. So in my context ads, like opening drive high, pull back to the -1, and then continuation. This is all very textbook trend. This is a little too intense to buy up here. I don't really push these anymore. With the volatility that we have, it's just going to take a while for this. I don't know. This is just a big grindy move here. So I wait for the +1 retest or it to coincide with another level here. But I mean, then you move over to the volume profile and we have built this volume up here. So as long as this thing's holding, we're still partying. If we lose it, all of this buying is in trouble, but we'll see. We'll see what we get. And then if you look at it on ES, it's a little more, ES is a little cleaner, but same story pretty much. Pull back to the -1 and then just trend away. It took out all of its stuff. Previous all-time high. That 720 spot was big. You can see this was a bunch of ice here that got filled, and then once we got through it, it just ran right through its overnight high. So let me put this second one on. I don't know if I can fly it here. The proverbial we, or what's it called? What do they say when they say that? The royal we. What do I have for my average rotation? Yeah. ES is getting a little slow. So our average ES rotation is 7.9 right now. So that means I'm going to want to take, there's 3.5 points. All right, so 32. Yep, we'll see where this gets us here. Are you short, MM? All right. It's a bold short. Hope it works out for you. I like to see everybody make money. I think that with proper risk management, it's totally possible for all sides of the market to make money. I truly believe that. That's how I feel about it when, me and my buds are trading together. We're all often on the opposite side of each other's trades. So Yeah, hope we both get it, brother. I love when somebody's got the caps on like this. Hunter, it's Monday. There's no need to yell. What is the name of the vindicator beside? I don't know what you mean. If it's this delta volume profile, is probably what you're thinking. The blue and red thing, Hunter. Yeah, there it is. There's the link. Yes, please register. September 25th. Me and XY, Leo, and Nick are all going to be trading the whole day, like the whole thing. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be funny. Um, we're gonna be fighting each other. We're gonna be fighting the chat and the market. Everybody, it's all going down, and it's a pretty cool contest because it's like there should really be no way to game it. You got 5 micros to use in ES and 5 micros to use in NQ, and that's it. So it's really just how many points can you stack up, and yeah. So we'll see. Hunter, this you're still yelling. Number one. Number two, it's available with the Order Flow Labs suite of tools. You can go to their website and you can sign up for those, and you can have it. Yeah, I think so. Room 550A. You can trade both at the same time. It's just a position size limit, so you can be long or short. 5 micros of each, for sure. I know Hunter's very excited. Hunter loves Monday. Hunter's like the opposite of Garfield. Loves Mondays. Ah. Well, we sure are building some volume up here. We have tested that 3150 a couple times. The book is thick as a brick. Oh, it's funny. Yeah, Abby, I'm gonna take a shot at this long. I like to buy long and buy high and sell higher. I'm fine with it. I'm very comfortable doing that. Less comfortable doing it on the short side, but we'll see if this is gonna pull back further or if that's what we get. I don't like how slow it's moving. That's not awesome, but like I said, ES has been kind of a slow mover the last couple weeks, or at least it must have been in order for my rotation size to go all the way down to 7.9. That's very small. Gotta remember to start putting that over there to begin with. VWAP would be crazy, yeah. I mean, it hasn't touched either one. Trader oh 07, that is a delta volume profile. That's what that's called. That was weird. Oh, dude. Shravan, yeah, that is I mean the pressure of trading full time in general is a lot. I think that there's a lot of pressure that goes into just like, being responsible for a family in general with the normal job, let alone one that is, so self-sustaining. So, you know, so unlike other jobs, I guess. I don't know. How would I describe it? It's like, I mean, it's great. The benefits of being a trader full time are awesome. You get to do whatever you want. It fits. You have to have a personality that fits with, and mine is exactly like that. So I enjoy to be able to I call it I deal my own deck every day. Every morning I wake up and I get to decide, a lot of my life. That's not how normal people live. Normal people have, a lot of people they have to answer to, whether that be like a boss or a company, anything like that. I don't have any of those things. I do have a couple bosses now, but I like them and they're nice to me and they let me be myself. So that's why I like the NT folks so much is they let me be myself because they understand that's what traders need. Yeah, but it's a lot when you especially when you're losing or you're in a drawdown, and you've got self-doubt, you've got all these other things working against you. It's pretty intense. So it takes a certain level of intestinal fortitude to be able to even attempt it. So I think anybody that is willing to get into the arena and risk it like that is, worthy of my respect for sure. MM says 9 out of 11 sectors are red in the S&P 500. Okay, that's interesting. I don't spend a lot of time with that. I don't even really know. I don't really know much about sectors and what makes up what. I know that trading in Q is basically like trading leveraged NVIDIA shares at the moment. But yeah. But yeah, Shravan, I think that it's like XY and I had that dude come on before and was like, what are some things that I should do to get ready to be a trader full time? And it's like, man, it's such an emotional journey that like I really don't wish it on anybody. I know it might sound crazy, but like I don't know. And I think that's why I'm so protective of new traders. When traders get in the game, I'm just like I feel because I've made so many mistakes, lost so much money, did so much dumb stuff that like I just really I really don't want to see other people go through that. And I know that that's also what that's what motivates us to make the painting the tape stuff. And that's what motivates us to do, the free education things is like, if there's anything that I can do to make that path a little less insane for anybody else, I need to do it. I need to try and do that. So, and I know that that's how XY and Nick feel. And that's like, honestly, what Leo's always done. I talk about this. Hope he's not in here because I'm about to give him a compliment. But Leo is like the first person that I just reached out to as a random person in a DM on Twitter. And he, for as many DMs as that guy gets, like he answered me and he gave me the time of day and he gave me, actionable tools and advice. And he always has. And so I hope that's what I try to do now. And that's what we're all doing. So Ron Thompson says, if I could do it all over again, what would you change? I don't know. It sucks. Like I don't really have a good. I don't really have a good idea of what I would change because like this is all the sum of all the parts, and I am grateful for where I'm at. Um, I think that in general I had a really unrealistic expectation of what it would like what it is like to make a lot of money at once and then lose it. Like it messes with you in ways that I was not prepared for. And that's to say, like, I came from, playing poker for my entire life and doing all that stuff. Like I'm aware of what it feels like to win and lose. Um, but it was still weird. And the main thing that I wish that I had a better handle on that took me a long time to have a handle on was the idea that like there is no end. So once you figure out how to be profitable, you have to find a way to be like just comfortable existing and not chasing something, because the whole time that you're learning, the whole time that you're working on your strategy, the whole time that you're trying to figure out like how does this game even work, the whole time you're doing that, you're still chasing profitability. You're chasing a goal of being able to, sustain this. And once you get there, it's very hard for me, it was really hard not to feel like I just didn't know what to do then. I was just like, okay, now what? Is this the end? Because I've never really cared about money. I have a very weird relationship with it where like I'm extremely cheap and then I'm also extremely loose with money in different scenarios. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Flat here. You got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And as a person that's had like really intense anxiety my entire life, that's always been something that I've lived with me. So that definitely helped. A lot of those coping skills that I've developed over the years to manage anxiety have definitely helped me in this pursuit, for sure. PG, no, I'm not ready to mentor. No, but I am ready to try and make videos for free. I would never consider myself a mentor, but I will give everybody all the advice that I have to give. But it's not like, I don't know. It's up. I can say all this random stuff into the internet, but it's like it's up to you or whoever is listening to it to figure out how that applies to their own situation. Because we all come from our own backgrounds and have our own perspectives on it. Yep, that's right, Travis. Many such cases of Discord DMs going back to the early 2020s with Mr. Leo. You might be right, Jeff. You might be right. Yeah, Ron. Yeah, that's a good. It's like actually Anthony said this in that podcast, and I'm not trying to plug that the Wisdom guys stuff. Other than it's just so good. Like I really did listen to that podcast he did with Deli like 4 times. It really spoke to me in a bunch of ways. And that's a lot. That says a lot because I've heard like a lot of shit. So, but one thing that, I mean, there's so much stuff that stood out to me in that podcast that Anthony was talking about. One of the things though, is it was a lot like playing poker. You just have to stick around. Like people underestimate the amount, that luck plays in this game. And I don't think it's talked about a lot too. And he said this, and I agree. It's because people don't want to admit that like They got lucky sometimes. But you have to stay. That's the game of variance, though, is the idea that like outlier scenarios will happen in both directions, right? You can get incredibly lucky and incredibly unlucky. You just have to be prepared to capitalize on those lucky scenarios when they come and protect yourself against the very unlucky scenarios when they show up. And that, that's a balance of, risk management and all kinds of other stuff. But I thought that was really, really cool. And he's just like, yeah, I just had to stay in the game long enough until I was able to catch a run. And then he was able to protect it and build it. And that's really all this is have a process that keeps you safe while allowing you to exploit good luck when it comes. And then you'll eventually get yourself to a place where you're more comfortable financially, and you'll grow organically. Like you don't see the bricks forming around you until they're all there, but eventually you just kind of wake up and you're like, whoa, okay. I got to listen to more of it, Moji. I mean, I'd never listened to that guy's podcast before. I was like, this is great. I just like listening to Deli Talk because he speaks to me about his experience, speaks to me on many levels. But yeah, I got to listen to more of that dude's stuff. Oh, thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. You guys are asking about the thing. It's you can go to Deli's Twitter, and he's got it. The link posted to it. It's very good, but it's words of wisdom, I think, is what it's called. Yeah. All right. There's 11:30. Boy, we were moving at a snail's pace up there. But I mean, our long's still good. We got half of it off for 3.5 points, so that's cool. So we're in a free trade at the moment. You're in the trend. So that's really all we can ask for. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, folks. Yep, just click that link if you want to listen to it. It's really good. Oh yeah, that Wowzer, this is called Delta Map, and that's also an Order Flow Labs tool as well. And what this does, there's different thresholds you can set it to. But what this does is it colors the bar different gradients of red or blue, or any color really. You can set it to do whatever you want it to. But we like red and blue. I like red and blue. And this tells you like the delta dominance inside of those candles. So it's just another way to gauge the delta behavior inside of. And these are 3,000 volume candles. So that's what I'm looking at for ES. NQ is 750. It's still partying, huh? What are we getting? Do we get into 25K today? That would be fun. I'm back on this afternoon with Nick, so make sure to come hang out and see if maybe I'm still in this same trade. I don't know. Yeah, Wowzer, no problem. John says, hey, Stowe, are there any limitations for OFL indicators using NinjaTrader versus SC? No, you don't. You don't need any additional data stuff for Ninja. You don't even need level 2 data at all. You just plug them right in, baby. Maybe someday, Tex. Yeah, no problem, John. Hey, thanks, Mr. Deck. That's nice. You're welcome. I'm just trying to do what everybody else did before me, you know. So eventually, if you stand around long enough, you find yourself with like, I don't know, some sort of knowledge or something, and you should Yeah, if someone shared with you and got you there, you know, it's kind of your responsibility to be nice and do the same thing for other people that are coming behind you. Um, yeah, I don't understand the competitiveness that sometimes shows up in our world. I don't think it's necessary at all because I mean, it's us versus the market anyway. It's not. It doesn't need to be us versus each other. Lucas, how much for 30 minutes of mentoring? You need 30 minutes. I don't know if I could charge for 30 minutes because I would probably just blab about nothing for 30 minutes and accidentally spend the time wrong. Like what is it, 30 minutes of me actually saying something of substance? That's probably like 8 hours of actual conversation. Easily 8 hours. All right. That was a little spicy little move. Let's see. I got those stops run. Still safe for now. Let me check. We get back. We reclaim this quickly. I'll throw another one on here. But I want to watch. There's a big guy at 33 now. Put on 1,000 lots. That's probably what spooked the book there. That was cheeky. Very cheeky. So we'll add one there. What do we got? 31.75. So I'm going to keep an eye here. I want to see if that guy is going to get filled or if we're going to walk this baby back down because we got a long way to go down. I'd much rather buy 720s. As much as I probably make it appear like I like doing this, I really don't like being insano long at the highs. I feel just as uncomfortable as anybody else does doing this. So I think you came back to 24,900 and found a buyer there. But yeah, we might be retracing now. A buyer here. Is it absorbing anyway? What time is it? 11:37. Not really anything going on at the moment. Yeah, it's like a bunch of ice here at 29.75. Getting filled. Probably going to stop me out. It's quite a lot, actually. Boy, the book is being extremely wiggly right now. You can get back in? So this is where I'm going to watch for a passive seller to exist. So so we're looking for a blue team to show up here. And if that happens, then we're going to get out. But I don't see one. I don't see one on the DOM. We got a big order at 67.33. So we'll see if that's real. It's a bad decision. Man, my country music is so emo today. It is like, and it's raining here too. I'm like, man, this is the gloomiest day. I got like 2.5 hours of sleep. I'm feeling like, oh boy. Did he move? He moved, Shreddy? Yeah, he did. He did. He did move to 34. Hmm. Hmm. The unfortunate kind. Yeah, I still don't hate this ad. It's fine. I'm watching NQ too. NQ is also fighting with its top band. And like this is part of my game that I really need to work on. You guys have seen me do it a million times. I gotta get out up here if we lose this momentum and wait. I have to get better at doing that. Every now and then. Maybe. I'll switch to NQ so you can see. 912? Nah. Not really. We don't have much of a story to tell over here either. I mean, this is exhaustive. Maybe, yeah, it might have just been a pullback. We'll see. There was a lot of absorption at that 29.75 spot, which is interesting to me. Well, we rejected that selling from before. So this is kind of what I'm looking at here. So you see these two wicks. This sucks. Not great. And this was kind of previous support. That's what was holding this up. So if this selling is going to be on sides, that means that we are going to wait. We are going to have to wait until much, much lower to get on this. But we'll see. Words you said. You guys all trading gold? Man, maybe I'll figure out a gold chart for the chat just so everybody can party. If I would say anything on NQ, there's a passive guy at 915, which is also the point of control over there. So I mean, of course there's going to be activity there. Yeah, like here. I kind of see this guy coming in right now. Again, another rejection and another rejection. Yeah. What time we got? All right, it's 11:45. This might be if this is a start of a broader pullback on the day, I would imagine 720 is going to be the good spot. Yeah, just tough to say. It's very two-way up here on NQ. It's not very two-way on ES at all. It's just buyers absorbing this selling. But we're back below previous all-time highs. Would not be the weirdest thing in the world to pull back from here. Sir Flo, I use a 10-day look back, I think. Pretty sure. For ADR. I don't use ATR. Well, that's not true. I lied. I do use ATR. I just use the dynamic ATR that OFL has. I just have that set to the stock setting just to give me an idea of range when we get to it. It's not something I actively monitor or trade around, but I do take note of it as we come up into it that, you know, we are extended. You want to switch flight here? Water's warm, baby. Switch on over to ES. If you like slow moves, come on in. Holy crap. There's so many people on the book on NQ. It's gnarly. It's just it's packed full. And same with ES too. I mean, this is so much volume. 150 lots at every tick. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's possible. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, that might be, you know. I still see this as a buying opportunity. I don't know what the hell whoever is at this 31 is doing, making this node right now. You can see it. I mean, do you see it building? So, I mean, this is a lot of bid absorption here. Sellers are trying to sell and buyers are standing here. So for now, I mean, this is going to be a great inflection point. Very good inflection point for the rest of the day. We'll see what these turkeys can accomplish here. Yeah. Yep, I'm watching that guy too. He was at 33 a second ago, and then he's playing games. He's moving around. I'm more interested in, so I talk about this all the time, the resting liquidity stuff. I'm more interested in how markets react when that stuff shows up. And because it's market orders that move the market, right? It's not limit orders. So when people cross the spread, that's what makes price go up and down. Look at this. Getting very wiggly, trying to push. Yeah, I'm just trying to watch this Dom. I'm making this big. This is going to become the point of control in a second. Also, for as much as I've narrated this, it hasn't really moved. So it's also that. I would be surprised if I don't get ticked out. In which case, we will wait and we will try lower. 720s. I'll probably get a sandwich. I think I'm going to get Jersey Mike's today, actually. Very nice. That was a stupid sandwich to make, but I really needed to eat something. Well, it's not stupid if I don't make it. If I can sit here and have it show up at my door, then I mean that's what I should probably save my takeout bullets for Thursday because I'm going to be sitting at this desk all day trading. That's a good point. Mark's frustrated. Yeah, it's a little garbagey over there. They're definitely frozen. It's not, they're doing a lot of biz up here. I'm not sure which way it goes, which way it breaks either way. Like that 915 guy has been absorbing everything, but the book is so thick I can't read any initiation or anything either way. It looks like ES is trying to push. So this is how I would treat so this is how I feel about the wrestling liquidity that showed up, right? Like that guy dropped on at 33. It made the book go like, hey, what the hell? The book went down immediately. So market orders were not stoked about that guy showing up right there. That's what I'm looking at when I look at wrestling liquidity. Then he moved up. Well, now he's gone. So there's also that. So now that he's gone, how is price going to react? We've spent this whole time absorbing here. So this is a ton of selling. And if this selling can get on sides, then it's going to be able to push back through this low volume down here. If the selling can't get back on sides, then we're just going to go higher and we're going to be up here again. So it's really just that easy. Not that it's easy, but like it's not rocket science. It's just buyers and sellers doing stuff. You like watching the Russell 2 fight here? All right. I watched the Dow. I like the Dow and NQ for reference for ES, but I've been in that conversation with Deli and a couple of folks too, and Deli's even got Pax watching the Russell. Yeah, you see, we've made this. This sucks. I don't like this anymore. I've almost been stopped out of it twice now by a tick. So, if by some miracle this survives, no, I'm not a Subway person. Nope, Jersey Mike's all the way, baby. I'll do literally anything before I'll go to Subway. Anything. Really trying to push it now. This is ridiculous. What is going on right now? That's true, JS. That is true. Quiznos was the bomb. Are they all gone? Is there not a Quiznos ever again? That can't be true. They still exist, right? Hey, Phoenix, good morning. Ah, good. Finally stopped. All right, fine. You got me. You freaking got me. Probably by a tick. But we're good. We're going to chill on this. A lot of SMT there, intercepting price action. Okay.
So,
Jim, what's up? Dude, did you know Quiznos is gone? That can't be true, right?
I don't know.
I don't know of one, so they might be gone for good.
I don't know. I do know, though, I'm going to give out an award for that last trade.
Oh, what was it?
The most resilient stop of all time.
They saw the market makers were watching the stream, though. You see, they ticked me out. Now they're gonna
like,
run it.
It was amazing.
Sometimes they be like that. It's easier to get away with that on ES than it is NQ. I found.
Yeah, but I thought that was a great place to put it, actually. So you're in the right spot.
Thanks, brother. We got all day to buy this thing. My friend AJ tells me all the time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
man, Quiznos is out of business for real. Confirmed.
Wow.
What a world.
But you are good luck, man.
Oh, thanks. What did I do?
Pittsburgh won 11-0.
Oh, dude, that was awesome. Dude, that was the best game ever. There were like a billion home runs too. Joey Bart went 4 for 4. That was the most. That was his best game of the year. I mean, we're playing the A's, so but it turned into home run derby for a while. It was nice. The kid loved it. So
Was that Mrs. Stowe in the picture? Who was in the picture?
Oh yes, yep, that's Mrs. Stowe.
All right, very lovely, very lovely lady.
Yeah, I'm very blessed. She gives all the charm and good looks to my daughter, unfortunately. So I'm in trouble for infinity.
You are. Well, what a great picture with the city in the background. It was beautiful.
Dude, when you come to Pittsburgh, we'll go to a game, man. It's so, I mean, the team, not great historically, but it's beautiful stadium.
No doubt.
And you can get in there for like $20. So it's there's some benefits to the team not being the best.
All right. Well, listen, man, great job this morning. You're coming back this afternoon, correct, with Nick?
Yes, sir. I'll be back with Nick.
Very, very awesome. Everybody, appreciate everyone in the chat. Thank you for being here. Don't forget, thumbs up, subscriptions. Greatly appreciate it. Stowe is laying it out on the line, win, lose, or draw. He was in there doing his thing. So we got to support the young man from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, chat. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. Do a quick edge report here just to kind of follow up on some stuff we talked about this morning. Let me move some things over here. This is, by the way, this is my Superdome, how I have it laid out. I'm not sure exactly what Stowe, how he has his laid out, but just a price ladder. I try to keep it black and white, keep it easy for me, a little bit of gray in there as well. But on the right-hand side, I added a volume column. And so this is volume profile, tick for tick volume profile on the side of the sidebar here. There's more columns and more stuff you could add here on the Superdome, a lot more stuff, but I just wanted to show that since it was stuck on my screen. I should have had it moved over to my other monitor. Let's just go ahead and check the E-mini S&P really quickly since we talked about it this morning. Nice kind of rally up, right? We tapped the top at 67.5, and now we're retracing nicely. So I put a fib, the way I drew my fib line was from when this thing started, right? And I'm going to use this green candle right here. This is a 30-minute peak we're looking at right now, 8:30 to 9 o'clock. That's where this rally kind of started. And it was pretty much nonstop through the initial balance, kept on moving after the initial balance. We have initial balance break to the upside. I'm going to be looking at those edge full stats in a second. To see what the chances are of a double break today. Nice little bit of a retracement, right to that 23, almost to that 23.6% retracement at 67.28 and a quarter. We're still well above initial balance high, well above VWAP here. This is looking pretty strong. A nice volume node has formed in the last hour and a half above that JAX4 level, which is at 67.30. So looking kind of strong right now in the E-mini S&P. Let's shoot over to the Bitcoin. We talked about that earlier this morning as well. And the Bitcoin is still kind of stuck in the mud here. We're tracking 113,290-ish, give or take. We've been trading below the session VWAP all day long, with one exception. That opening range high, that initial balance high, rather, we got right up to S1. S1 held as resistance here at 113,555, and we kind of sold off against it. Right to that Mentor Q one-day min. This is a gift that keeps on giving. Now, this hit this one-day min sooner than later. The nature of this market is a little bit more 24 hours. So remember that when you're trading the Bitcoin. But that was a really nice move, and that was even before the London initial balance kicked in. So we we're kind of anchored right now by that point of control, just south of 113 even, as things are kind of slowing up a little bit. Let's just check gold. We talked about that this morning as well, and we'll check silver, and we'll call it a wrap. Gold is strong. Trend is your friend. This thing is moving up. You saw the daily charts this morning. We are just making new highs. There's not a lot of targets even. I mean, this is all empty skies. We got R3 sitting way up here. We'll probably get some more JAX numbers tomorrow in this market. But 38.11, that's the long way to go if we have this breakout. There's some extensions on the day. dailies, but we're still not. We're not even a 38 handle yet, but we're getting there. Things are inching up again. Break out of the initial balance range as well. So that's the story of gold. Let's check out silver. Silver we talked about this morning also. And silver is behaving similarly to gold, trying to break out, make new highs. We do have some targets to the upside, though. We do have R2, which is pretty cool. That's around $44.37.5. And then call resistance is all the way up at 45. Remember, Pax mentioned that $49 high, 49 something back in 2009-10. I can't remember the year. I remember being a part of that, and that we're getting there. We are definitely getting there. Volume profile is okay if you use your imagination, but there's all these little nodes here, right? There's a volume node at 13.5. There's a volume node a little bit lower here at 44.05. The main point of control, or the official point of control, as we would say, is at 43.86. On the downside, we have one-day max. I know it's intuitive that the one-day max is below the price action, but one-day max is below the price action, and that's a target right there at 43.67. Should we have any kind of retracement on the downside? Not looking like that right now. It's looking like folks are buying gold and silver. All right, that is your afternoon's Edge Report. I look forward to seeing everybody this afternoon. Again, 2:30 start. You're going to see me. You're going to see Shy. You're going to see Nick for a tick and Stowe trade the close. You do not want to miss it Monday afternoon. Hopefully some market moving action occurs. Appreciate everybody being here. Thanks for the thumbs up, the subscriptions, everybody helping each other out in the chat. Super cool. I'm glad you're here on a Monday. Looking forward to seeing you this afternoon.